Well, anyway. Back to something more relevant. Enough of volcanoes and erupting shit and yada yada and all that jazz. But it is the year 224 in the absolute realm. Romcrash. Longdeath. The longest death continues. I mean, Stargate does not take itself seriously in the slightest. So some of you might remember, we started working on this, which is what we're going to be working on today. We were making glass blocks, and we are building a glass spire that's going to go all the way up to our tavern, which is going to go all the way up to here, which is going to be tricky because I'm going to need to go basically around the river. It's fine. It's fine. Slightly longer than the average death. Yeah. Anyway, so we're going to need to build that glass spire all the way up to the ceiling. And then start working our way down. So that's planned for today. The actual dwarves that are alive in the fortress are Apostle, Candle Pixie, Axon the Second, the Scoid, Belag the Second, Taurus, Stone, Vimamel, Clay, Vuzel Vuzel, Vinsati the Second, Goffer the Second, Patchwork, Corvius Suede, Defcom, Abe Exendi, Simplex, Kade, the King, Tiny Goliath, Ryan the Second, Ghost, Sparkly 4K, Black Hole, It's Too Hot in My Apartment, Trees, Blue Water, Peter, Cannon Fodder, Woe Is Me, Lizards, Unnamed Merchant, Willem Katsu, Aquafunkalistic Booty Wap, Formal, and Crow. And is the king demanding anything? Yes. What does the king want? Nothing surprising. If you'd like me to check in on your dwarf. Oh, I already have one queued up, of course. What time of year is it? It is late winter. Would you like to curse him with your name? Sure. Within the last season, she was interested after a very fine, tastily arranged statue. Being near a very fine, tastily arranged statue. And my axe! An artisan, their materials, and the tools that shape them. Was this the one where you got along? You got a dwarf in a day fort, which is the one-day-long forts where I abandoned the fort at the end of the day. That dwarf didn't die, though. She is 154 years old, born on the 27th of Slate in the year 70. Her slightly protruding cobalt eyes are incredibly close set, and her small-lobed broad ears are flattened. If you're curious about this run, if you haven't seen Longdeath before, I recommend you type in !Longdeath because it'll give you a little bit of information on what exactly we are doing here. Her eyes are incredibly close set, and her small-lobed, broad ears are flattened. Her nose is extremely narrow, her hair is dry, and her very long hair is neatly combed. Vim! It's good to see you. Thank you very much for gifting the gift of ad-free viewing to Jotaro. Do it! Thank you very much for being the first person to gift a sub this week. Cheers, man. Got a couple of years left, potentially, or you could drop dead in the spring. So... we'll see. She personally finds the acquisition and use of power abhorrent and would have all masters toppled. Finds the notion that one would persevere through adversity bullheaded and foolish. And feels that those who attempt to conceal their emotions vain and foolish. Values decorum, dignity, and proper behavior. Values a harmonious existence and values tradition. And does not care about friendship. Is very slow to anger. Cracks easily under pressure. Almost never feels discouraged. Rarely is jealous, and has a strong tendency towards privacy, though she is conflicted by this as she dislikes that sort of concealment. She generally acts impartially, and she's rarely moved to mercy. She is disturbed by this as someone who dislikes those that seek to acquire power over others. She tries to do things correctly each time, and she tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. She is grateful when others help her out, and she tries to return favors. She is generally quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures. Volcanoes not erupting, and I am frustrated. She's quite comfortable with others when that have a different appearance or culture, and she tends to be passive in discussions. Curious and eager to learn, and she has a calm demeanor. Quite ambitious and is trusting. Tenses up when she's nervous and needs alcohol to get through the working day. There you are, dwarf. We do. Authority. And it's good to see you, Vim. Since you chucked out a sub. Vim ML the second is interested, remembering reading On Ignorance. Was satisfied at work and was bored after being unable to wander for too long. She was bored after being unable to practice her martial art for too long. You're a novice observer. I think I'm gonna put you into the main squad. We're gonna let you do some twining stuff. Macaroni with a bag of pre-cooked veggies and a boatload of seasoning to get some flavor into this stuff. Yeah, I've kind of been there too recently. It's just like, well, all the seasoning. All of the seasoning. This dwarf gets to pick up exceptional items and is ambivalent about this. Well, at least we know what kind of a person you are. You get to pick up the highest quality armor, and you just feel ambivalent about this. Got dwarves assembling ballistic arrows. Got 2 of them done. Sand, 50. Green block, 50. And we're going to continue this for a while. I also have a bunch of puppies to slaughter, so we're going to do that. But yeah, the whole point of this fortress is to keep it alive for 1,000 years. We are on year 224, meaning we are 219 years into Longdeath. The goal for this fortress is to get it to 1,000 years. I've been playing this fort for about 8 or 9 months now. So it's going to take us a while. Probably old age would be my guess. They seem to be a pretty happy dwarf. So we'll see how this one goes. But since we should probably do this, let's zoom out and fly up to the surface and give you guys that sweet overview. This is the very top of the fort where we keep our beehives. Down here we have the above ground tavern where we spend large amounts of time chilling and relaxing. We have the walkways, and then the lower levels, which is where most of the dwarves live and do their crafting. Down here is main storage level. This is the coffin layer where we keep all of our coffins and statues and other various things. Down here is our little labyrinth with complete with a minotaur for aesthetics. Down here is where we grow mushroom trees and where we have the emergency in case of emergency hide in here bunker. Down here we have drainage and coin storage and the very blood-filled cavern layer, which eventually we'll dig through. And that is Longdeath. Main struggle with Longdeath is actually making dwarves make babies, so we don't die. Due to them not making babies, because we will eventually run out of dwarves, and this is an ongoing struggle. And there's a depressed dwarf right there. Who that? It's the Katsu. Why are you depressed? Want decent meals, annoyed being caught in the rain, being unable to acquire something, annoyed when caught in the storm. Okay, how about we put you into the bear fighters? And I'm just going to get all my squads training for a little bit. We're going to do that. Go, dwarves. Go train. But yeah, we have begun Longdeath. Nudging people into relationships? I need to do the thing where I lock them all in the tavern again. Which works after a while. I mean, there's a few ways we can nudge them into relationships, but I'm not quite at the point where I'll just lock them into bedrooms. Not quite at that point. But I do have insurance if everybody dies. My insurance is pretty simple. I have a prison on this layer. In this spot, there is a vampire who was one of our previous dwarves who punched a statue and got cursed. So we do have this vampire. So in case of emergency, we have vampire. I mean, here, have sex or get boarded into your bedroom. That's basically where we're at. And then I got cannon fodder over here who's been a little whiny for a bit due to not being able to practice martial art. Problem is they're a merchant, so they can't actually practice a martial art, meaning I might just have to expel them. But yeah, that's the current status of this fortress. Man, the eruptions got boring. I'm sad. Although I will be honest, I much prefer the eruptions at night. So when the sun goes down in Iceland, the eruptions look real pretty. Nope. The game has a memory bug in it where when you have 3,000 dead slash missing, you stop getting migrants. As you can see, we clearly have 6,952 dead and missing. I could reset that timer by abandoning and reclaiming the fort, but that's cheating. So I'm going to try my best to not do that. Is it mean of me to respond to a very open question with just yes? Because that is the correct answer. Oh, also, Humble Bundle wants me to yell at you guys and say that if you sign up for Humble Monthly, I get $9. That's it. Don't sign up for Humble Monthly. It's expensive. Unless you really want the games that are in the current month. Or Humble Choice, or whatever the heck they call it these days. Not for each one, just for the initial sign-up month. So if you sign up and then immediately get rid of it, I get $9. God, if it was $9 a month, whoo-wee, you bet your ass I'd be telling all of you to subscribe to that shit. Not the case. No, just for the first month. It's an initial commission. Normally it's like $3 I get, but like they've bumped it up a lot. I don't even know what the current game in that shit is. Making all those glass blocks. Constructing all those green glass blocks. Okay, so if 10 different people signed up, I would get 10 times $9. Yes, but I would only get it for that month, not the next month. That's a thing that they just informed me via email. It's almost like they time it. You're going to go harvest plants. Let's see, how's Katsu doing? Content being near a waterfall. Good stuff. Feels pleasure after a sparring session. Pleasure. Feels satisfied after improving observation. That'll fix you. Looks like we got another one of you. Another one of these dwarves that just desperately, and I do mean desperately, wants to do nothing but work out all day. All these dwarves are a bunch of chads. Even better, your dad made a pudding. Ooh. Second servings of food is a thing of my past. I kind of miss it. Because I can't, well, I mean, I still can eat second servings of food, but it's not very easy because I'd have to count and then split the food that I'm eating, which is frustrating. So I don't like doing that, so I try to avoid doing that. I miss second servings of food. Dejected when caught in a snowstorm. God, that's a lot of thoughts changed. Gripped by crippling shyness. A lot of these dwarves have shyness problems. You've got so many kindred spirits. Go get a fucking lover, you weirdo. Please. I'm a type 1 diabetic, so I count every single carb I have. Every single carb has to be accounted for, paid attention to. So second servings are kind of a thing of the past because I know how much I'm going to eat, so I just put it all on one plate. Because I have to know how much I'm going to eat before I start eating. Remember, you have to type in invest first, right, Aqua? There you go. So it's kind of funny, like, I'll if I go over to my parents' house for some reason and I'm having dinner there, my dad will have, like, 3 servings of food. I will have 2.5 servings worth of food on one plate, and I'll just look like a crazy person with a massively stacked plate. All right, did we lose anybody? I don't think so. But the annual tribute from Basti Jasmak has arrived. Looks like they're carrying a bucket. Iron bucket, maybe? Welcome, humans. Yeah, we're going to have to send away for more merchants today. Hopefully we get lucky on merchant couples. Oh, 1 iron cauldron. That's an easy one. It's okay. There's nothing else in the bucket. It's just a cauldron. I mean, don't get too excited yet, Stone. You're going to have a lot to deal with sooner rather than later. I'm going to do this the very inefficient way because, I don't know, I hate myself, I guess. All those barrels of hamster blood. I mean, sometimes you just need barrels of hamster blood, you know? Like, what's that got to do with anything? All right, so the thing I got to do. King wants 3 more ballista arrows. Mayor wants a high boot. Iron high boot. 1. Ballista arrows 3. All right, so what squad is part of the bear fighters? So we'll leave the bear fighters training for a bit. Give the rest of them rest and recuperation time. While the bear fighters, which is primarily a wrestler squad, can hang out in this. Dwarf can get the things that they want, which is military training. Of course they suspended construction of a wall. Of course they did. Also, actually, of course they would. Just realized how I screwed this up. Hey, look, a great horned owl. Or just an owl. Great horned owl. Crazy little critters. Actually, you know what? Let's just do this instead. I kind of screwed this layer up a little bit, but that's fine. I can fix it. Oh, Aqua, I've got bad news for you. Aquasar, I got bad news. I don't know where you are, but you've been missing for a week. Oh, I found you. You said they got a few years left, yeah? Well, bad news. No, you don't. Well, I'm just gonna send the military to go check on you in your bedroom. because you've been missing. But sorry about that. No, not drained of blood. Just natural causes. I mean, you can be on a winning streak, but don't get cocky. Damn, actually, lots of wins. Around the same time, the 69s and the 420s betrayed all the people who swore by those numbers in the past. Is when they will betray you. There we go. They've already attributed a bed to you. I mean, you did indeed curse them with your name earlier today. Although I'm going to throw this out there. They probably would have died anyway. They probably would have died anyway. I don't think that you giving it that name necessarily changed their outlook or potential to not die in life. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Animal who used to be rich? Volcano's not erupting for you, unfortunately. Since we're doing the round of beers, streamers got to remind everybody that obviously Labradoodles forged signatures secretly to C-3PO's petition, and giggles make me die. Red paint shortage causes blue paint sales, and cats acknowledge carrots are inferior to chicken. There you go. Now that I'm done with that, streamer will also take the time to remind everybody that we're at the beginning of the week still, for me, because I didn't stream on yesterday, and that means that it's very easy to get your name at the top of that leaderboard. I mean, Clino Dev's got that. It's sitting there with that big old 5 cents up there, but, you know. 6 cents, and you can be number 1. And a bunch of he's and me's and ye's have arrived. The elves have arrived once again to trade. Yeah, delicious boiled in a kettle chicken. Delicious.
Can't have that.
There you go, H2O. Thank you very much for the $1. Cheers, man. Streamers got to eat groceries. And groceries ain't cheap. Actually, I'm going to be paying for part of my apartment to get painted soon. So I want to live here for another year, and I'm tired of staring at the damage that my ex's cats did, and when I do move out eventually, I'll have to pay for the repairs anyway, so... That's currently what I'm saving for. It's painting. Won't be cheap. Aqua, thank you very much for gifting a sub to Authority. Welcome back, Authority. Enjoy the ad-free viewing for the next 30 days. Cheers. Why wiggly lines? Why do you care? Why are you so straight? Lines. Also, the vast majority of people who yell about OCD on the internet don't have fucking OCD. OCD is an awful fucking disability, and having OCD is like massive problems, way more than just I like aesthetically pleasing symmetrical things. Very few people actually have OCD. And Aqua, thank you very much for chucking a sub. Hey, Critty. Enjoy the ad for viewing. That's a lot of miasma. Someone left some cheese on the ground, I think. Clean that shit up, dwarves. But no, seriously. Straight right angles are boring as fuck. Everybody does them. I have to stare at my fort, so I want to make a fort that I like looking at. If I don't like looking at my fort, I don't want to be in my fort. So I make forts that I like looking at. And I like looking at circles and curves and fun lines and interesting patterns and weird abstract shapes. Symmetrical right angles are boring. It's actually one of my biggest pet peeves is people claiming that they have OCD on the internet when they don't. Oh, people make it sound so fucking adorable on the internet. They're like, oh no, I don't, I like symmetrical things. I have OCD. It's like, that's not what OCD is. Like, friend of mine who has OCD, like, can't leave her apartment without freaking out twice about whether or not she remembered her keys and taps her arm because if she doesn't smack her arm, she thinks she'll die and stuff like that. It's like, it's a lot more than just I like symmetrical things. Yep. No, exactly. It's all that fun stuff. Same shit, different pile. All right. Who left their lunch on the floor? All right, they're getting rid of it. Perfect. There's also some rotten Wolverine kidney in there. Get rid of that too. It's just like people have asked me before how I have diabetes because I'm not fat. And all I have to say to that is, now my forehead hurts. See what you made me do? There we go. Get rid of that rotten prepared kidney. There is meat on that rack, though. But seriously, Aqua, thanks for gifting 2 subs. Cheers. Yes. And don't ever call it diabetes. Don't do that. It's demeaning and shitty. Your disability is funny. Let's give it a funny nickname. Never is funny. I feel bad for people who have any kind of auditory or visual hallucinations. Just looking to see if there's things that need to be claimed. Where are we at? Ballista arrows 1. Okay. Ballast 1. Grates 3. Rock. Great. 3. 3 ballista arrows. Although I think I was supposed to be 1 ballista arrow. Cheers, Aqua. Thank you. If it wasn't for the kindness of people watching, I wouldn't be here. So, cheers. Do you know what auditory means? And clearly you missed most of the conversation. Okay, then why did you ask the stupid question? Right. Well, we were literally... Okay, so the conversation that we were just having, Tapioca, was it's really shitty when people mock mental health disorders. It's just really shitty. Or when people misappropriate them as other things. And so you just kind of confirmed the annoyance by doing that. But hello, it's good to see you. I hope you've been well. It's a hell of a thing when your brain tells you you must do something. Nope, I agree with that. Fuck that shit. I just think it's funny and kind of ironic that we were literally just talking about how it's shitty when people do that, and then you come in and then openly just do that. That's just kind of hilarious, actually, and also kind of sad. I mean, I'm well within reason. People paying or choosing to give. I figured that was the whole model of Twitch, is people choosing to give money to streams that they like instead of paying for a bulk package deal when they only want one channel. Wait, are you comparing Twitch to like cable? Because that kind of makes sense. That green glass. So I'm building a green glass tube that's going to go all the way up to the floating tavern that's way up suspended above the fortress, and then start tunneling it downwards. And the goal is to have a glass tunnel that goes down, 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 etc. So we have to build up first, and then we'll build down. Down, down, down into the deep. And it's going to be fun taking it through the caverns. Okay, seriously. Dwarves, you guys are worrying me. Okay, yeah. Well, I mean, the whole business model of Twitch actually is to have lots of affiliates. And then the affiliates get small amounts of money from a few generous tippers and gifters. And then they don't get paid out very frequently, so Amazon just sits on that money. That's not quite true, but to a degree, that's a large portion of their money. Like a gargantuan glass cannon. Well, I mean, it's not shooting anything. It's just a gargantuan. It's more of a missile silo than a cannon. But sure, yeah, sort of. Sort of. Sort of. I can relate to that, Stone. I haven't had quite that experience myself, but I can understand what that would feel like. And specifically not being pleasant. I mean, so I'll respond to your question with a question, Deturowit. If Twitch has $40 of money that they haven't paid out to a creator yet that is allowed to a creator, do you think it just sits in an account waiting for you to go grab it when you reach the $100 minimum? Do you think that they do that? And if so, why would that be logical? Obviously, it's not an issue for me because I always hit the minimum of $100 by a lot. So I'm good in that regard. I don't have this problem. But there's also over 1 million Twitch affiliates who, don't always. I don't know how that argument works, but I'm also not educated in the subject, Tapioca. So I don't know if I could make that argument because I wouldn't know where to start with that argument. Well, you don't get paid on any platform until you hit $100. Every platform has a minimum payout, right? Because transfer fees are a thing that they have to pay. So Twitch won't pay you as an affiliate until you hit $100. Amazon affiliates won't pay you until you hit 100. Humble Bundle pays me when I hit 150. YouTube pays me when I hit 100. And if I don't make $100 on YouTube, then I miss a month. All right. Well, I will leave the quantum physics to smarter people and move on with my life. I'm not a smart person. I am a streamer. If I was a smart person, do you think I would be streaming video games on the internet? Quantum theory is a bit beyond me. Also, you missed a perfectly good pun there, Animal. You could have said time traveling a Buzz Aldrin times. So what you're saying is you know the memes? I'd be streaming something else? No, I mean, if I was a smarter person, I would have gotten some sort of scholarship and gone to university and probably would be working. Probably, actually, if I was a smarter person and had managed to get some sort of scholarship, I probably would have gone into music creation and probably scoring. And I probably, assuming I made it out the other end, I probably would be writing film scores or TV advertisement scores or video game scores or something along those lines. See, I'm not a smart person, so I wouldn't have thought of that you're a wit. That's what the smart people are for, is to figure that bit out, because I didn't know that bit. Enter the actual quantum physicist. Please take us to school, cutest. To be totally clear, all of this is just like the most sarcasm and just like goofing off here. Not really taking any of this shit seriously. So if you think that anything that I'm saying right now is actually meant to be taken literally or seriously, you're watching the wrong stream. This is just me babbling while I'm placing glass blocks and checking Noble's needs. We just chillin', chat. We just children. But seriously, I'm very disappointed that you missed the basically one electron traveling a Buzz Aldrin times. Because Buzz Aldrin is such a good name. Come on. Nobody gets named that. Such a good name. Only an astronaut would be named Buzz Aldrin. Yeah, and after that, you need to shut down all the garbage mashers on the detention level. Animal. And, Warp 9, engage. There we go. That's all I know about space. Carl, say again? That one didn't work as well. You had a professor who once said that a degree is just a flag to employers that signals that I'm not incompetent and you can still succeed with your passions without it. I'm aware of this, my dude. Like, as I said, if you think anything that I'm saying right now is meant to be taken seriously, you're watching the wrong stream. Quite literally. Like, if you think that anything I'm saying right now is meant to be taken seriously, like, you fucked up. And obviously, you know, like, did I go to university? No. Did I go to school? No. Did I have higher education? No. Do I regret it? Yes. But do I have success? Yes, because I'm paying bills and I have a dream job. So I didn't get other dream job, but I made do with this dream job, and I'm doing all right, generally. Don't ever get vacations, though. You guys need to pay me better for that. Which means we just need to recruit more fools so that I can afford to go on vacations. I mean, friends. Streamer with the blunt honesty. Also, H2, I hope you're doing well. Hope things are right over there. Also, Volcano hasn't erupted in like 20 minutes. I'm getting bored. Come on, Volcano. Do something. Fuck societies, frankly. Other people's definitions of success. If you depend your own happiness on other people's definition of success, you will never achieve anything in your life. The only way to like function and survive in this world is to define your own definitions of success and roll with it. And just ignore everybody else's definitions of success, because if you don't do that, you will fall apart. You will destroy yourself if you do that. So don't ever go by other people's definition of success. Go by your own definition of success and give yourself something achievable. And then when you achieve that, come up with a new definition of success and work towards that. Always be trying to better yourself and improve and grow. The more of that you do, the more success you will find, the happier you will be. And if you have depression, then just cry in a hole, because you'll never find happiness or anything. Or get a therapist. Good luck. The appearance of success, which seems to be important to society. I own big truck and have big cock and make loud noise on motorcycle. Am successful. Also $700,000 in debt. I am successful. I have no credit card debt, which means I'm richer than most of the people in the Western world. I had credit card debt and then I paid it off yesterday because I realized I had credit card debt and then paid it. Apostle bless the miners. We have a brand new baby girl. As a sign of failure for the ancient Greeks. Yeah, you're not wrong. But I was talking about my pet chicken. Aqua, please. Thigh cut. Brand new dwarven baby. Now, I would like somebody who's never been in Longdeath before to get this one. So you know what? I'm going to give it to that Turo. Welcome to Longdeath. I mean, if it's Aqua, you'll die next year, so we can't have that. You are the daughter of Apostle II and Sparkly 4K, who's been our mayor for a good number of years. I'm way ahead of you there, Daturo. She was born today, which makes her very young indeed. Her nose bridge is incredibly concave, and she has very short hair that is neatly combed. Her cobalt eyes are slightly protruding, and her ears are somewhat short. Her hair is a crew, and her skin is sandy tone. She personally values good craftsmanship and dreams of creating a great work of art. Is never tempted to overindulge in anything. Bullshit! You're a newborn baby. You can't move yet. That'll change real quick. She is an optimist, excellent, and is generally unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning her actions. She tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others, and she is trusting. She is grateful when others help her out, and she tries to return favors, rarely feels discouraged, and often lowers her eyes when she's thinking. She laughs in a unique way when she's nervous, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. I'm imagining the laughs in a unique way when she's nervous is just like screaming, because she's a baby. Just like laughs in a unique way. That's a unique laugh. Ah! You know what I'm saying? It's like baby crying, laughing in a unique way. That's a very unique laugh you got there, baby. Yes, that was the same point, Aqua. Or not Aqua, Tapioca. Fond of drinking industry? No. You give baby beer. Baby need alcohol. First thing you do, you birth the baby, you beer the baby, and then you love the baby. And then you don't throw the baby into magma. Unless you're a particularly careless dwarf mommy, in which case then you throw the baby into magma. No, that's Caves of Cud, cutest. Totally different. Also, to those of you who are way too into video game design like me, I very much recommend the book that Tarn Adams edited. It's been lovely to read through so far. It's not super difficult if you're familiar with video game jargon. Otherwise, I could see it being very, very, very complicated. But I don't know. I've been finding it all pretty understandable and comprehensible. It's just a lot of people talking about procedural generation very romantically. It's been entertaining. Eruption alert. Whoop. I mean, not here. If anybody's wondering what eruption feed I'm watching, that. Yeah, I don't see anything currently. I love how I throw that out as a one-off joke and we're still talking about cocks now. Good job, chat. I mean, I've never been to Portugal, but that's a beautiful chicken. Like, seriously, that's a pretty chicken. Look at that. It's pretty. All craft dwarf ships of the highest quality. Good stuff. Me like. I said it once. I mean, it's my fault, Stone. I mean, didn't I? I swear I've read that that the Greeks thought that having small dicks meant that you were smart. I call that denial, but I really should go to Portugal. I really shouldn't go anywhere because there's a global pandemic. But after the pandemic's over, I would like to go to my grandma's house. We'll do that first, and then I'll worry about, you know, leaving my continent. Well, leaving my half of the continent. My quarter of the continent. It meant that you had big brain. I mean, that just sounds like direct translations of older language, right, Tapioca? I feel like we should change the subject because I'm just watching my view count drop, frankly. I don't know. The next actual big trip I want to do is I want to go to Quebec just because my little sister lives out there and I haven't seen her in like a year and a half. So I would like to see my little sister. But like outside of that, I probably won't be traveling much. I'm not much of a travel person. I like traveling, but also I really, really hate traveling. It's like I like traveling, but I really hate traveling. It's hard to explain. I like being in a place that isn't where I'm from. I hate the act of going there. So the act of going there is so unpleasant that I'd rather just not do it in the first place. Quebec is also the only province in Canada where it's legal to skinny dip in your pool all hours of the day. In British Columbia, you can be fined a lot of money if you skinny dip in your own pool. Anything outside of the hours of 11 p.m. and 6 a.m. So if you skinny dip late at night, you're totally fine. If you skinny dip during the day in your own pool, you could be fined a lot of money. Does anybody ever actually get fined for that? No. Also, it's illegal to take your sled dogs on the sidewalk. True story. If you have sled dogs, you have to put them on the road. I think fish and chips. That's a very strange type of tea, but okay. King wants 3 more ballista arrows. I know what you mean, but I will never stop commenting on it that way. Tea is a drink, not a meal over here. And whenever you say, I'm enjoying my tea, I'm having a burger. I'm just like, burger tea? And pull it on the sidewalk? Then you'd have to speak with a cop. I don't know. Do you think I'm not a cop? I don't study the law. Actually, in reality, if you were to do that, when it was snowing here, they'd probably just look at you funny. Darren, thanks for the 99 cents. Cheers, man. Cheers. Are they going to cancel each other? No, they didn't. Perfect. Volcano's being all boring now. I want more fiery anger to come out of the center of the planet. Less of this boring puffs of smoke occasionally. This is not the most efficient way I could do this, but this fort isn't particularly efficient, so I don't really care. How old is the fort? 220 years old. Late spring. What do you think, Deturo? I've been doing this ape for 8 months. Although, granted, I did take like a week off, and I've been playing less than I was previously just because of how my schedule is these days. Cool, they're assembling the ballista arrows. That'll be done in a second. Actually erupt. I'm literally staring at a live stream of a volcano that's been erupting for 54 days. So, yes, welcome to Iceland. Not that I live in Iceland, but that's Iceland. There's the live stream if you want to watch it. It was shooting like lava hundreds of meters in the air like an hour ago. It's being a little quiet right now, though. But yeah, it was like 800-meter magma shoot was the biggest. Oh, I meant in DF. There is ways to make volcanoes erupt in DF. If you embark on a volcano and then retire the fortress and then re-embark, this also counts for water. It resets the base tile because the base tile is not the same. So if you leave and re-embark on a same lava site, there's a chance it could set the base lava layer to higher. And if it does that, then it'll just eternally erupt. I actually kind of like to do that sometimes. I will embark on a fortress, abandon the volcano, and then immediately re-embark. And thus have a erupting volcano. It's not that bad on frames, though. It's better than water. Still not great, but like it's playable. So I enjoy doing that. But yeah, so yeah, you can kind of contort / force volcanoes to erupt in DF. But do they do it naturally? No, not without mods. Not without some severe trickery. Although I one day just want to... Oh, we're into summer. I just want to see volcanoes erupt and tidal waves to happen in Dwarf Fortress. Actually, I more just want earthquakes. Because there is a mod with functioning earthquakes, and they are terrifying. Specifically, the Rise of the Mushroom Kingdom mod has earthquakes. I don't think Masterwork does. I know Rise of the Mushroom Kingdom does. But those are horrifying. It's like, yo, giant trench fucking appears. The map just like... Did I try it? I've seen footage of it. I've never tried it myself. But it basically makes like a crack appear in the map. Have you ever played SimCity? Very similar to that. But also, frame rate didn't like it very much. Yeah, it takes a while. We're working on this most of today. Okay, you're still whining, Katsu. But it's one of those things where it's like, they work, but they don't really work well enough that you'd actually want to just have them in the base game. Like, they're a really neat novelty, but I don't know. There's a very fine difference for me between something that works and something that, like, well, I mean, it works. You know what I mean? And that, well, it works isn't really good enough, in my opinion, to actually use it. So it's better just to not. And then just simply wait and come back. Or rather, wait for Tarn to just add it proper. It's like whenever somebody's just like, oh, well, you could do that. It's in a mod. It's like, well, I'll wait. It's like there's magic mods for Dwarf Fortress already. Like, you want a mod that just adds functional magic systems? Yeah, they exist. They're mostly, from what I can tell, it's mostly just because there's snake venom in Dwarf Fortress, right? Which actually works. One of the more common examples of snake venom in DF is, or even like honeybee. Honeybees technically have venom, but snake venom, copper helmets, copperhead snakes, are quite poisonous. They live down in like the cavern layers. If they bite a dwarf, that dwarf's dead. Like, straight up, doesn't matter how good that dwarf is, that dwarf's dead. And I've certainly had like lost dwarves to that sort of stuff before. And it's not ideal. It's not ideal at all. Hey, Quavnair. How we do? It's good to see you. Aloha. Back at you. Hope things are well. But what a lot of the magic mods do is they'll actually like take the coding for venom and then use that as a projectile, basically. So it'll use materials that are already in the game, amplify their strength, making snakes super OP, and then just shooting venom. How does ranged combat work in DF? It kind of doesn't. How does it work? You assign dwarves to be marks dwarves or bow dwarves. You give them quivers, or make sure that quivers and crossbows and bolts are available. And then you train them by setting up a rangers guild, which isn't mandatory, and archery targets, which are alt A. No, just capital A. And then they shoot arrows at the archery targets, or bolts at the archery targets, depending on whether or not you're using arrows or bolts. And then, what's the word I'm looking for here? And then when you tell them to fight with the enemy, they run at the enemy and hit them with their crossbow instead of shooting bolts at them. Exactly. Then they proceed to jump off your wall and hit them with bolts. I mean, there are ways to force them to stay on your wall. If you give them a one-tile wide walkway with fortifications and bars on the other side of the fortifications, then they won't jump at at them, but like they will just go, yeah, especially if they're like a brave dwarf, they will just go bash the enemy with a crossbow and just die, which is not ideal, but kind of funny. It's one of those dwarfy eccentricity situations.
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it.
How goes the dwarfing?
The vitamins,
You didn't
the
use
nutrients,
Scream. Who are
everything
you? What
that's
have you
good
done
about
with
it,
Scotty?
And just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit. Stop eating ketchup.
So taking out snakes is always a gamble? Nah. Not, I mean, taking out snakes isn't a gamble, but if a snake, you know, bites an unsuspecting miner, that's probably a dead miner. You wanted something different today? Well, I mean, so did I. That's why my hair's down. But how goes the dwarfing? I mean, volcano isn't erupting enough, which makes me sad. It's erupting a little bit again. There's little bubbles. Bubbles, look at that. Little bits of magma. Look at that shit.
Many people ask me, Nikita, we will the blin.
Just got back home. Where did you go? Human caravan from Passer Ol has arrived. Welcome, humans. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We can trade lots of things to them. It's fine. We have no access to the cavern layers, so they shouldn't go after you. You should be fine. Actually. Okay, so I only have the one bed. I'll just do all that. It's fine. Look at music talk? Uh-oh. How jealous am I about to be? Quite. Well, not that jealous, actually. But that is pretty. Is that a record player on top? What inspired that purchase? Because, like, don't you currently have a record player? And, I've got too many things up. The other human faction has arrived to trade. And Sparkly 4K, the mayor, has been re-elected. It's okay, we got tons of stuff to solve them, too. I mean, I believe you. It's not going to change the fact that if you state that you're having tea and then say that you're having fish and chips for your tea, I will imagine someone putting fish and chips into a mug and pouring hot water on it and putting a tea bag in it. That's what I will imagine. That's the visual that gives me, regardless of the context I have. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, I get it, but... Audio? Hello? Hopefully work was good. Assuming you're back from work? Unless you're about to go to work. I'm assuming you're back from work. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, says Hode. Let me extend my greetings to your people. There's much to discuss. I gasped because I thought it was somebody different. But then I reread the name and was like, oh no, it's Hode. Glad you survived it. Welcome back. Hode, not Hawk. Because didn't we have a Hawk for a bit there? H-O-K? Hode says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. Chat, if somebody says they're having fish and chips for their tea, what mental image comes to mind? Like, what do you think of when someone says they're having fish and chips for their tea? Aside from just, bloody Brits. Because the mental image I will always have is somebody making a weird fish and chip tea. Plate of fish and chips with a cup of tea on the side? Fair. They're giving tea to their fish and chips. It's like, yeah? I don't know. I don't want to be completely alone here. Because currently, I think I am. A cup with a tea bag that's artificially flavored to taste like almost like bad fish and chips. Yep. Tortilla chips. Okay, there's the word tea in that. There is the word tea in that if you say it badly. Yeah, that's been a problem that I need to deal with ever since I built that tavern that was above ground. The dwarves are all staying cave adapted, which is not ideal, to the point where it's like I kind of want to get rid of some of these walkways. Well, I mean, I'm going to need to start getting rid of this one again anyway, so. But this one's not going to change things much. Which is kind of a problem that I need to deal with. But I built this massive structure, which they wander underneath most of the time, and thus they don't get enough sun anymore, which kind of sucks. It's a very sandy telp world, like, let me tell you. Brought a lot of weird blocks. I'd rather just delete the floors. But we do need to redesign parts of this fortress to slow down the cave adaptation, because it is becoming a problem. Hey, Taylor. Hope it's going well. It's going all right. It's going pretty okay. Don't have too much to currently complain about. I mean, I always have something to complain about, but not too much. Like my shoulders hurt, but whoa. Just the merchant's stone? Give me a second. Let's just pick a merchant. Hair is extremely long. His head is somewhat short. His nose is slightly hooked. His brass eyes have slightly thin irises. His hair is tan and his skin is sandy telp. Kek or sack maybe. Extremely long hair, brass eyes, protruding. Nose is slightly hooked. His somewhat narrow ears are free lobed. His hair is tan. His skin is tan. His sandy telp. You know. Let's go the other direction. Ziza. Hair is wavy. Her wavy hair is extremely long. She has a very high-pitched voice. She has a round chin. Her slightly low eyebrows are extremely dense. Her hair is short. Her ears are short. Her hair is flax. Her skin is dark brown. And her eyes are amber. There's somebody with dark brown skin. Top right of the screen. That's your giveaway. It says what layer we're on. If it's green, we're above ground. If it's red, we're below ground. But this whole fortress is a giant pit, so there's sunlight seeping through. Yep, that is indeed the other. That is indeed the other sieve. Money? Wait, what? Section of cavern collapsed and caved in. Doesn't look like it killed anybody, though, so that's good. I don't know how it actually caved in. That kind of makes no sense. Because I killed a dwarf last time I played this fort. Because somebody caved in. What you didn't spend, you save for later, Authority. Chat, I have a boiled egg that I didn't eat alongside my breakfast. How far can roofs and ceilings reach without support? Without support, everything fall. No one died. No one died. Kovnair. Clay got stunned, but no one died. Last time? I can't remember. Go check the VOD. That was like a week ago. I can't remember what I said 8 minutes ago, let alone what I did a week ago. This is why the VODs exist. I have no idea. I mean, I could go check coffins and guess. What? I'll go check the coffins and guess. Narvicius died of old age. Chimp. Chimp died in the accident. I want to say you were there for that. Yeah, because it was towards the end of the last time we streamed Longdeath. It was towards the end. Lava! It's erupting. Slowly. Watch them content ID my video for showing bits and pieces of that. I don't mind if they do though. It's fine. I want to watch Volcano and show you guys Volcano. Because Volcano be cool. You know what I'm saying? I constructed 50 green glass blocks. Does the king want anything? 3 ballistic arrows. All right, chat. I'm gonna take a minute because I have a boiled egg that I didn't eat as part of breakfast, and I'm kind of hungry. So I'm gonna go eat my boiled egg real quick. I just gotta go peel and eat a boiled egg. I will be back in a minute. Don't go anywhere too fast. Please, can I get a round of beers? Thanks everybody for gifting subs and for the few dollars and bits earlier. I will be back in a moment. Is it a green egg? No, it's a brown egg actually. Back in a sec.
Cheese for everyone!
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
You know, when you asked if it was a green egg, I should have said no, it's an ostrich egg. But that would have been a lie. Cheese! For everyone. It's like the exact opposite way of fancy, Aquasar. I'm sure someone will organize it into an Excel file eventually. Let's see how our new baby's doing. Annoyed when caught in the rain. Interested in watching a performance. Annoyed dwelling upon being caught in the rain. Uh-oh. Off to a good start. Baby is. I wonder what story you're telling. Dwarf's Glug. The bronze lamination of brilliance ceased to be the sheriff of the eternal adventure of time in the year 33. My god, it was so long ago. That Metal Gear Solid was calling? Or massive guttural screaming was calling? Moronic. Giggity slugs. Mini gamer soups. Trying to think of other things that MGS could possibly stand for. I'm going with mini gamer slugs. Yeah, we have Aquafunkalistic Booty Wap and Aquasar. There's also an Aqua Baby that comes by this channel every so often, but usually just lurks, so that makes things easier. Yeah, I mean, if someone's called Aqua Stone, then I'm just doomed. Like, straight up, I'm doomed. I will never be able to address the correct person. At some point, everybody should just change their name to change their names to Steve. All right, Ryan. So you know what you legally have to stream. The next time you do a Discord stream, you have to stream the Blues Brothers soundtrack. Cause I say, "Dang, what you trying to do to me? Dang." Aquastone Nervicious? I'm nerviciously stoned about that. Underwater. Yes. How much was that soundtrack, Ryan? Because it's a pretty cheap one. I feel like that's either a soundtrack that's like maybe too expensive. I mean, just get the record and frame it and put it on your fucking wall, dude. You don't need a whopping $7. Fuck yeah, that's about what I expected. Which means it's a $10 record over here. I don't know what the other message was, so just repost rather than me scrolling up. I don't know. I went and ate a boiled egg, so. Oh, also, chat, I'd like to point out, there is a listing on Steam charts and Steam database for Dwarf Fortress. About a week ago, I opened it up and it just said 1. Someone launched Dwarf Fortress through Steam about a week ago. You would want the briefcase full of blues album rather than the movie soundtrack? Fair enough. I mean, it just means that it's in Steam's system, and it's been in Steam's system for a while. It's literally not news, to be totally clear, which is why I haven't really mentioned it, but every now and again there's somebody playing Dwarf Fortress on Steam. Hey, Krabicus. It's going. How's it going with you? Yeah, the last update to the Steam version of Dwarf Fortress on Steam was made 20 days ago. So the last time they added code to the Steam version was April 21st. It's currently in pre-release. But if I go to Steam charts, players on Steam, Wait, what the fuck? Oh, that's June 22nd. Okay, that's a long time ago. But yeah, these are Twitch views. This is recent Twitch viewers. So there's people watching. It's like, oh look, it me. But that's about it. There's not enough stats for them to actually record that. Although there is 88,687 people following it on Steam. Apparently the all-time peak of Dwarf Fortress viewers was 5,767 on Steam. Or not on Steam, on Twitch. My king ended a mandate. Did I complete it? Yes, I did. Insider leaks? Not even. That's public data that you can get through Steam database. That's not insider leaks. Insider leaks would be Tarn saying, "I just want to no, that was when the last major update came out. And Skeletor didn't actually stream that day. No, it was actually, it was 2 Russian streams, one with a few thousand and one with about 800, and Quill18. Skeletor actually hasn't streamed Dwarf Fortress in about 3 years. He hasn't streamed it since the rating update, actually. It's been a long time. It's hilarious because everybody's just like, Skeletor, biggest Dwarf Fortress streamer. It's like, yeah, dude hasn't fucking streamed the game in 4 years. Pretty much. Actually, not. He streamed it once since then. No, he didn't. He didn't, dude. Well, then you should get to know your people. If you know nothing about the Russian community. I don't need you to find it. Governor. But I really wish that people would stop calling him the biggest Dwarf Fortress streamer because it's just factually incorrect these days. There's plenty of streamers that have streamed Dwarf Fortress on occasion. I mean, heck, I streamed Dwarf Fortress with, it was like 8,000 people watching at one point. Ooh, we got a big puff of smoke. Pretty. It drives me bonkers that people are like, he's the biggest Dwarf Fortress streamer. It's like, he doesn't stream Dwarf Fortress. Like, he might as well not stream the game because of how infrequent it is. And then people tell me that I shouldn't post whole VODs on YouTube because nobody wants to watch it. And then they go and watch his. And then they're like, well, you're not as good at streaming as he is. It's like, well, fuck you too. Fuck you, cunt. Don't care. Would it help me through my memory if you went through and listed all of them? Would it help me time you out for an hour? Yes. Would it help my memory? No. Because I'm staring at the stats right now and I know when you last streamed it. I know the date. No, I've always been a fake streamer that nobody cares about, that is unsuccessful and tiny and irrelevant. I saw a dwarf tell a story of the ascension of Tapioke to the position of Baroness of the Ignited Creation in the early spring of the year 23 at the Simple Dinner. No, I am not interested. Well, you look at you, you pouty little twat. It's okay, though. I'm used to my irrelevance. I mean, that's how I feel about people talking about other streamers. Tapioke, you were a baroness of this fortress at one point in time, and then a child ripped your leg off and you bled to death. You might remember that. Anyway, dwarves are talking about you right now. It's in the history books. It's very important. The coolest thing about watching this volcano erupt is how much the shape of it changes. how quickly it changes. Say your name if the tributes arrive. Gotcha. Oh yeah, you've been in Longdeath a few times, Cyrlac. You were a legendary leathersmith. Leathersmith? That's not a word. Leather worker? Leather worker. That's what I was looking for. But yeah, you were a legendary leather worker for a while. Aw, that's cool. Cutest. Did you post Crypt Comfy? I genuinely believe that in order for the Dwarf Fortress community on Twitch to grow, we need to move on from stating that Joel is the biggest Dwarf Fortress streamer, because he's not a Dwarf Fortress streamer. He's a variety streamer who streams Dwarf Fortress once a year, maybe. That's it. If we want to grow, we need to promote and boost. This is going to sound selfish. Me. We need to promote people like Sal when she's streaming DF. We need to promote people like Picture Point when he's streaming DF. We need to promote people like RNG when he's streaming DF. We need to promote people like Mr. Tamika when he's streaming DF. We need to promote people like Diamond when he's doing his voiceless streams. We need to promote the bots. We need to promote the people that are actively streaming the game and not verbally promote the 2 big channels that play the game once or twice a year, maybe. Because why is that relevant to the community? How does that help anybody? It really doesn't. Craft leather ship is of the highest quality. Crafts ship, yes. Crafts ship. I craft that ship. Ship it. You want me to make him another ballista arrow? I just made you 2! Or too high level for you to interfere? What do you mean by too high level? How can something be too high level? One of the nicest comments I got recently, though, actually was somebody signed up to the DF newsletter. They're pondering division. Neat. Anyway, someone signed up to the DF newsletter and uses it as a reminder to check for a new video on my YouTube channel. Because they're like, you upload too much, so I can't keep track of what you're uploading. So I use this newsletter. Just showing ducks, is it? I don't actually have it up right now. I signed up to the Kid Fox newsletter, and it just reminds me to check your YouTube channel, which I think is really funny. You didn't understand a word before they started discussing the Steam version. Huh. Was this an English stream or a Russian stream? I very much hope I will never need to say Crafts Jawa ship ever again. Although Utini is fun. Also, it's autumn stone, so get ready for paperwork. It is that season once again. Okay, it was an English stream. Oh, really interesting. I mean, it can't have been that complicated of a conversation if there was only 2 people talking, because if you said there was 3 viewers, right? So that means you were one of the 3. But the annual tributes from Basti Pame and Nulon Elbow have arrived. Also, for interest's sake, hair is russet and skin is dark tan. His lips are somewhat thin. No, we don't. I don't want to get shot out of the sky by Disney. I don't trust Disney. And I also don't want people to think that I'm a Star Wars fan. Okay, so the group of soaring. Pump stack? I mean, pump stack is pretty easily explainable. Tantrum spiral is also pretty easily explainable. Loyalty cascade, which actually happens, whereas tantrum spirals don't. Most people mistake loyalty cascades for tantrum spirals. I think that the more complex Dwarven jargon is when you start talking about like impulse ramps and minecart shotguns and gravity ramps and quantum stockpiling and cart quantum stockpiling and manual quantum stockpiling and all that. That's when stuff gets complicated. I was watching a stream last night, and one of the streamer commented, because they know that I stream DF, commented on the DF Steam version. Let me know when you're ready for me to scroll. What's that? Exactly, cutest. But commented on, he's like, so when's the Steam version coming out? I'm like, well, from what I know, they're pretty close to finished with Fortress mode, but they still need to do Adventure mode and Legends mode. And he just goes, huh, man, why are they even going to bother doing like Adventures mode and Legends mode? It's like, no one actually plays that shit. Everyone's there for the base builder. No one gives a shit about the rest of the thing. I'm like, oh, you know nothing. Nothing. All right, and let me know when you're ready for me to scroll. One tame worm, yeah. It's a pet worm. I don't know how you tame a worm, but they also killed 5 donkeys and 5 wolves. Wait, what? It's not scrolling. I don't have to scroll. Oh my god. 10 wolf blood. Rip the 10 wolf's worth of blood. 5 prepared blue jay brain. Yeah, dude, 1 page. Maybe it's because I'm zoomed out. I'm normally like around here, actually. So it's maybe because I'm a little bit more zoomed out. Yeah, it's not a scrolling tribute. Goodbye, humans. Thanks for the free stuff. See you, suckers. Give it pets. I mean, we should put the tame worm in the cage into the mayor's office. What do you guys think? There we go, worm cage. Putting the worm cage into the mayor's office. They get a pet worm. Hey, drunk. How you doing? It's a worm in a cage. Why is this so hard to imagine? This is the VimML carrying the worm in the cage. I don't know. I've never been brought a tame leech though. Yeah, it's a very talented worm. In fact, Aqua. It knows sit, stay, jump, sleep, play dead, shake a paw. Wait a second. The worm stands up. How many days does 1 year have? 365, unless you're talking about Dwarf Fortress, which is 30 times 12, I think. Or is it 28 times 12? But I don't fucking know. I think it's 28 times 12. It's like one of those finger handcuffs. I'm just imagining a worm with a handcuff on either end of it, and it's like chained together and it can't move. So this is still your one? Oh, no. That's the number of times I've streamed this fortress. I've streamed this fortress 98 times. I've done 98 streams of this fortress. No, we are on year 220. Which means I estimate we have like another 300 to go. Yes. No, those are real-time days. If you look at the YouTube playlist, you'll see that there is a bajillion. Is there a party for Stream 100? I mean, I will politely smile and request followers like I normally do. The dwarves have arrived. They are here to trade. Actually, yeah. Let's quickly whip together some bone crafts. In fact, I'm going to do like 500 bone crafts. We're going to murder a lot of cows first. Keeping most of the unicorns alive, though. I will slaughter a few, though. There's a certain aesthetic to unicorning unicorn full bone. Well, mostly positive moods from sparring, so that's good. The new desktop update for Discord changes the UI a bit and you don't like it? I don't see anything different, but maybe mine hasn't updated yet. You're scaring me, audio. The sun is setting in Iceland. Ficod says, I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. And request the normal shenanigans. Lots of wood. Oh, great. I mean, that happened a while ago. They gave us the respond things. Look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Still seems to be the same news. Oh, shit. In the early winter of 224, Rulok Tricknotch became the overlord of the Fellowship of Equality, replacing Jalu Torrid Mirrored. The Fellowship of Equality. Also, something happened up here. In the late winter of 224, Arath Gloved-Bound became the mayor of the Gem of Funerals, replacing Ravod Craft Papers. Okay. Audio, sure. Post screenshots. Screenshots are helpful when just trying to describe things via text. Let me know when it's posted and I'll have a peek. Okay, so I've got a shit ton of sandbags. I'm just going to sell all those. Because they're all falling apart. We need to get rid of them. You want 3 ballista arrows. Those queued up. Oh, really? I mean, you'd seen it previously, so. I'm still trying to convince the rest of my stream team to watch the Blues Brothers. They don't know the wonder of that beautiful movie until they've seen it. Do you have any like sort of priority passes for the all the flights that you take these days, Audio? I really hope that you have some sort of priority. Thursday, maybe Saturday, or not Saturday, Friday. PSA pre-check. Because over here we have this thing called a Nexus Pass where you just like walk on the plane. Like you don't even go through security. You just walk on the plane. Like it's something that you have to apply for and whatnot, and you have to reapply it quite get reapproved for it relatively frequently, but you get to just skip all of security. It's not even a pre-check. It's just you just walk right on the flight. Also, random fact about the Blues Brothers that I learned yesterday or not yesterday, day before yesterday on Mother's Day, because I told my parents the story of why I streamed Blues Brothers on Discord, which they thought was amazing, by the way, and we're very happy that I'm continuing to expose more people to culture. You know the scene at the very end when they pick the guy up who's eating his sandwich, who's got the out for lunch sign, and they put him down and they ask him if he can file the paperwork? That guy. You know who that is? It's Steven fucking Spielberg. Apparently that's fucking Steven Spielberg at the end of that movie. I had no idea. The more you know. They just casually pick up Steven Spielberg and put him on a table and make him sign a check. I knew that audio. I knew about the jail clerk and Frank Oz. My parents actually gave me a lot of fun trivia about that movie the other day when I was over there. Like, for example, I need to pile this wood so I don't run out. Like, for example, one of the main reasons that I actually went through and made the movie was because Dan Aykroyd and John Belushi were incredibly filthy rich comedians, and they thought that it was a crime that all of these legendary blues musicians were flat broke. So by making the movie and making sure that the movie was X amount of successful, they were guaranteed to get royalties for a very, very, very long time, essentially ensuring that they would get a retirement, at which point they were not going to get. So they basically made sure that that movie would be successful so that all of these blues musicians would have a retirement fund. Which is kind of like just Hollywood doing a fucking solid for the music industry. Back when the music industry was significantly less profitable. I mean, it's independent artists are still not profitable, but still. Also, I think that we should just like make a habit of streaming that movie. Unless there's any complaints. Thinking like maybe every 6 months we do a movie night and just make it into a thing. I fucking love that movie. Fucking love that movie. We can just do Discord text sing-alongs. A figurine of giant sloth bears. Okay, now that one I want to see. This is a cowbone figurine of giant sloth bears by Trees. The item is a masterfully designed image of giant sloth bears in cowbone. What the hell is a sloth bear? Is that just a male sloth? Do you like sloth bears? No, but you do like zircon tables, water buffaloes for their water wallowing. As long as Princess Bride gets a... I mean, Princess Bride is a similar thing. I don't know. For me, like, kind of the three movies that are, like, stupid beyond all reason, but perfect movies. Princess Bride, Blues Brothers, the first one. The second one has good music in it, too, but it's just not as good of a movie. It's not as funny. And The Gods Must Be Crazy. The problem with The Gods Must Be Crazy is I can't find it anywhere online except for Sweden. Although my dad owns it. Like, my dad just straight up has it on DVD. He's got all three of them on DVD, I think. Although, Not as many people here have seen The Gods Must Be Crazy, I bet. It's a bear that hangs from branches like a sloth. Okay. I'll believe that. That description checks out based on the name. I mean, koalas are called bears. I need to look up what a bear sloth is now. Hold on. Sloth bear. Bear sloth. So, I'm going to just say my knee-jerk reaction. This looks like a fucking cryptid. This is spooky as fuck looking. Chat, I think we just found Bigfoot. Look at that face. Yeah, that is adorable, but also terrifying looking. No, like, it's adorable, but it's also horrifying looking. Like, look at that. I want to see it hanging from branch. Wow. Not as cute as the volcano I'm looking at, though. Much cuter. Also, hey, Diamond. How are as we do? I don't know if I mind that much. Yeah, I mean, like the at everyone? I mean, I think this looks fine. I don't know. I don't mind it. It's not great, but it could be worse. It's better than the changes Twitch made to Twitch chat recently. Sheesh. In the wiki Darren shared? Okay, but like 7-day-old sloth bear cubs. Okay, but like baby sloth bears, right? Baby sloth bears. That is adorable. What did you change, animal? So you're just sitting there typing up documents or something? Sounds fun. It's just like playing Dwarf Fortress, minus the part where you're playing a video game. And more of the part where you're typing. One of the most aggressive existent bears. I mean, they look fucking terrifying to me. Like, black bears, we had this discussion the other day. Black bears are kind of funny looking. Like, they're kind of funny looking. They're kind of fat. They're kind of thick. Like, they eat blackberries and they kind of stay away from you. Grizzlies, kind of fucking scary. Polar bears, kind of scary. Any bear that's lanky scares me. Like, a fat bear is a happy bear. A fat bear will stay away from you and just, like, do their thing. A lanky bear is about to fucking kill you. But sloth bears rarely killed their human victims outright, but would suck and chew on their limbs until they were reduced to bloody pulps. All right, stay the fuck away from sloth bears. Got it. Noted. Thanks, nature, for being terrifying. 3 ballista arrows, 1 rock grate. Made 3. That's fine. I'm going to start replacing a lot of this with grates. We did nothing wrong? That's not true. Humans have done plenty wrong to nature. Let me guess, Australian? No, definitely Indian. How many of them have you taxidermized? Firelac? Probably none, I'd assume. Also, supposedly they're endangered, so. I feel like I would have heard of them if they were Australian. Like, Australia likes to brag about their big, scary animals, whereas, like... Australia likes to brag about their big, scary animals, whereas India has equally big and scary animals, but they don't brag about them. Yeah, otherwise, Australia would never get into the news. So you stuff black bears and brown bears every week. I would assume that like black bears and brown bears are probably like your most common bears that you guys work on, or just some of the most common animals in general that you'd work on. That's just an assumption. Most common animals, white-tailed deer. Yeah, I believe that. Bucks with big antlers, probs. Do they get the whole deer done, or do they generally just get the head done with the what do you call it? Or do they generally just get the head done with the why am I blanking on this? With the antlers put on the wall? Just the head? Yeah. It's a neat industry. Taxidermy. Some dwarves like sloth bears for their large floppy ears. I mean, I didn't know that sloth bears were in Dwarf Fortress until I learned about that thing. They have pretty good snouts. I would say Durists should like them for their snouts, personally. DF, constantly teaching me about animals I didn't know that existed. That I didn't want to know existed, usually, in fact. $10 to 20 times as much for a life-size mount versus a head. I mean, that makes sense. Because, like, just the amount of body mass that you have to gut, prep, and stuff, like, the work is dramatically increased. And unless it's like a museum or something paying for it, or someone with a lot of money. Also, where the fuck are you going to store a whole stuffed deer? I mean, come on. Can I take a moment to bitch about companies that will ship out records without inner sleeves in them? Because I really like Mammal Hands, but if you order 10-inch records from that record label, Garadawa Records, or however the fuck you're supposed to pronounce it, they will ship you records without inner sleeves, which is a fucking crime, by the way. A whole building to store their mounts? That's kind of creepy. I don't know. I'm not into that. Yo! Look at that shit. Look at that shit. Iceland, you're hot. Really hot right now. Lamp bubbling. It's cool. I'm going around the edge here, removing construction and replacing them with grates. To hopefully... As I don't even know if these let sunshine through, but that's the hope. Also because I keep having to make these grates for my mayor anyway, so might as well put them somewhere. Also, if anybody wants a link to that stream that I just showed off for a few seconds, it's right there. Just had it up in the background running all day. It's good stuff, let me tell you. It's good stuff. We're into late autumn. After I'm done doing this bottom half filled with grates. And once those bone crafts finish, I think that we are going to lock our dwarves into the tavern for a bit. Make them celebrate. You read the name of the channel as what? Oh, a fart TV. Yeah, well, it does say a fart TV. AFARTV. Afar TV. That's almost as bad as a rapist.com or the rapist.com. Is that what it was? Therapist. You know, doesn't read like that when you read it quickly. Popping an earthy pimple. Yeah, but it's lava, man. Sorry, you can try all you want, but you're not going to ruin volcanoes for me. Everybody, I think, has that one, like, childlike wonder towards something, whether it's, like, thunderstorms, rainstorms, lightning. For me, it's volcanoes. I fucking love volcanoes. Peter, thank you very much for the 41st month.
Crypt sellout.
Jack, can I get a big round of beers for Peter keeping that subscription alive for 41 months? That's a long damn time. Thanks for sticking around that long. No, it's hot, actually, Rainbow Ducky, but I understand the statement. Also, lots of people here need ad-free viewing if anybody's feeling generous. Also, on the topic of good music on vinyl, Lethal League has a really good soundtrack, and it's up for pre-order right now on Black Screen. Looks like eye bunch with ears. It's definitely a pile of money, my dude. A bunch with ears still doesn't work. That's not a sentence that makes logical sense. It's just a pile of money. You have a wrong opinion, so keep it to yourself, my friend. You have to take your head off to go to bed? That sounds like life-altering. Regardless, you have a good night's sleep. Cheers, man. Oh yeah, no, I always have a stockpile of inner replacements and outers, actually. Pack of 75. Yeah, well, I got like 60 left out of my pack of 75 that I ordered a while ago. All right. 2 more greats left. Afternoon, Cost Lord. How are we? Dwarves, it's time to celebrate. I don't care what you were doing, but cancel it and get up here. It doesn't want to go back in. What is it, just the plain paper ones that like to fray at the bottom? It's getting all crinkly. Sounds like the, what's it called? The Jimmy World Record surviving that I have. It had like the worst sleeve ever, and it immediately frayed and split at the bottom, and then like just wouldn't fit back into the sleeve, and it's just unpleasant. Oh, okay, I know which ones you're talking about. Yeah, those ones are nice. Really just threw you off. It's coming from a noise generator because we are above ground. I also have a dungeon sounds generator if we spend a lot of time underground. I swap between ambient noise generators because like people can just listen to their own music. Sometimes I'll listen to music, but usually when I'm playing Dwarfs these days, whoa! Get distracted by volcanoes. Fucking cool, man. Holy hell. Where is that? Iceland. It's been going on for a couple months. It's only a couple kilometers away from towns. Not like a big metropolitan area or something, but like a decently populated town of a few thousand people, right? And there's a lot of real good photos of like dudes just like fucking standing on their balcony with like that going on in the background. Ironically, that's where I would like to go. I would love to be in that helicopter right now. That's flying past it right there. I don't know if you can see it. But I would love to be in that helicopter. That is so fucking cool. I like this comment. That's how it feel. That's how my chest feels after I overindulge on spicy chili. Says the YouTube chat. I don't know. I don't know anything about geothermal energy. All I know is that it looks cool. I mean, isn't like most of Iceland powered off of geothermal? You mean still want it? I mean, absolutely. Dude, I love volcanoes. Like, that's the sort of tourism I would do. Like, everybody's just like, come to my city and we'll hang out. And I'm like, nah, I want to go to a remote place in the middle of nowhere and stare at a volcano with binoculars. Like, that I would actually do. Like, trust me, if I end up in a situation where I have money in the future, I would fucking take a week off work and just go there for a week and just watch the volcano erupt. All day, all night, all day, all night. Just drink beer and watch volcano. Sounds awesome. But yeah, no, there's a lot of like really good photos of like people on their balcony with just like that going on in the background. Although I liken it to like photos from Kansas where it's just like, oh, it's a dude mowing his lawn and then there's just a tornado like 200 meters away in the background. Like everybody's seen those photos on the internet, right? Oh, dude, I would love to go to Iceland. I would love to. I mean, where I grew up, I could actually see Mount Baker, which is a dormant volcano, and it's been dormant for like 500 years or something. But I really like volcanoes. Volcanoes are cool. Black Tusk, which is I've never scaled it, but I've walked around it. You could Google it. Just Google Black Tusk, and you'll find what I'm talking about. But I mean, I'll just go Google Black Tusk and show it to you. But Black Tusk is a dormant volcano that's been dormant for like 1,000 years. It looks like this. It's like just this monolithic fucking nightmare made of old ash. It's an old volcano core that hardened a long time ago. I've walked around it because I'm not much of a rock climber, but it's a very popular rock climbing location. In order to get to the top of it, you need ropes and hooks and shit. Climbing picks, etc. Felt love remembering gaining a sibling. Well, that's cool. Well, I mean, your parents are Sparkly 4K and Apostles, so. Well, I'm Katsu. Dwarf is very happy after gaining a sibling, which happened earlier in this stream. How is Stony? Stony the 4 is not screaming for or playing golf. Did you hear the one about the Impala Man and the White Stork? Okay, Stone. So what's the punchline? I mean, you're a little dejected after a lack of decent meals, but aside from that, seems pretty happy. No real complaints. Just chilling. I'm basically leaving them in here until the king starts making mandates again. Then we'll go back to our slow constructions and completing the mandates. Good God, man. So cool. It's going to cost you less than $30 a night to stay across the street from the Reykjavik Convention Center where they hold a Eve Fan Fest because there was going to be 10 of us. Oh, I mean, yeah, if you're just bunking with that many people, fuck yeah. I mean, like, that's the way to do it when you're traveling. Is to just go with a crew and just don't even worry about it. I mean, Earth is pretty lit, Cyrolac. Let's be honest. How's it going? Currently, we are in a celebration. So I've got my dwarves hanging out in the tavern, hopefully making friends and being happy and living life and liking things and hopefully being happy. You're a dwarf, so absolutely you're perpetually drunk. Although you are disgusted, dwelling upon retching on miasma. You're a very disgusted child, which means you're probably going to die of depression and not make it to adulthood. We'll see how that goes, though. In case others don't have a second screen. Yeah, no, totally. Oh, okay. So when there's eruptions, people have to check it. Gotcha. I mean, I've technically got it on my main screen. It's just running behind DF right now, so I'm just checking it occasionally. It's really good second screen muted entertainment right now, though, let me tell you. Just like real life. Yeah, perpetually drunk and depressed. Perpetual drunkenness leads to perpetual depression. Found your name on an Eve pillar? You should talk to Ryan. I don't know how long you've been lurking, Sim, but it's funny that there's this romanticism around alcoholism. The Outpost Liaison shares rumors from abroad. Nothing new. Yeah, nothing new. But there's like this romanticism around alcoholism where it's just like there's this romantic kind of image that some people get in their head of what it was like to or would be like to just drink all the time. And there's like this cartoon image of it. It's not the case. Alcoholism is real fucking sad. But no, this is a pretty standard eruption. It's nothing out of the ordinary. Oh, a Wolverine's attacking my unicorns. It's actively fighting with my unicorns. Going to send my military to go kill that Wolverine. Just go splatter it on the floor, please. So that it stops beating on my unicorns. Never mind. It got caught in a cage. I will cancel that task. We now have a Wolverine in a cage that we will eat later. Yeah, I mean, I played EVE Online for a 2-week free trial twice, so my experience with EVE is not enough to get me onto a pillar. Not even close. Although, the thing that Dwarf Fortress and EVE Online have on common is they're both in art museums. Which is kind of neat if you think about it. They are both in art museums. Coulda, woulda, shoulda, right, Ryan? Coulda, woulda, shoulda. Do thing now or regret not doing thing later. That's the thing that I'm trying to live by. And generally, it's working. That's why I bought a book. And I'm reading it. Even if I have to read with a fucking magnifying glass and it's goddamn embarrassing. But I won't be able to read later, so I better do it now. You quit Eve 11 years ago? Good for you. Well done. We're into winter. Hit 10 trillion-isk and you're like, well, you're up. Yeah, fair. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think that if I ever were to have gotten into an MMO, it would have been EVE Online. But I never got into EVE Online because my parents wouldn't let me, you know, pay for it with their credit cards. So because of that, I didn't play EVE Online. I don't know what that means, so I will just... I assumed that meant 10 trill. But if you mean a trillion-isk, then okay. I don't know enough about EVE to really know what you're talking about. MMOs are games that you play to play with friends and have social interactions while also playing a game. Lots of them are good, but the types of mechanics that they have are not mechanics that interest me. Most of the popular MMOs actually don't suck. They're very, very, very good at what they do. I just dislike the gameplay loops that a lot of MMOs provide. So I don't play MMOs. I think saying that an MMO sucks just because it's not your type of game is like not cool. And it's something that I've tried to start doing is like there's lots of genres of games I don't care about. Like I don't care about farming games. I never will care about farming games. But that doesn't make all farming games bad just because I don't like the subgenre. I don't like the subgenre doesn't mean it's a bad subgenre. You can critique a game for being a bad game, but you can't critique a genre if a genre isn't for you. The next fan fest you attended. I owe quite a few people beers at various conventions, but we all know that that'll never happen again, so. Although some people were asking me the other day, when's BlindCon happening? And I'm like, if a BlindCon happens, it'll probably be in Montreal, Canada. Or the closest thing to a BlindCon, because I know off the top of my head, there's about 5 people who live in Montreal who watch this stream, including one of my mods. Will probably be there. And one day me and Rhinestone will actually get consistent about the audio tapes and visual drugs podcast. So days of playing MMOs are long past. I mean, I've been genuinely like debating and looking into getting into a multi-user dungeon. It's a matter of finding a good one that isn't just filled with like an obnoxious troll community, because most of them are just obnoxious troll communities. And also find one that you don't have to like have a master's in English to be able to get into, because like, yo, we want you to write 4 essays to actually get approved for an account. It's like, but like that's so much work. Because the hardcore RP ones are like, yeah, we want you to write an essay and then character history and backstory that fits our lore. Also, you have to read our lore. Here's our lore. It's like, oh. And then all the ones that like don't have those requirements are just filled with like shitheads, largely. Maybe we should just make our own mud, chat, and just like, here's our 100 pages of lore. I mean, what if we just like made our own mud? Like just, like twitch.tv/blindIRL, a channel that like develops an open source an open source mud for this stream. What if we just did that? I make it sound so easy. It's not. Ironically, might be easier than like trying to get into a already running mud. I mean, there's tons of mud server softwares. It's just a matter of populating it. Maybe after the Steam version releases. I mean, there's ways of adding graphics into a mud, but muds are all text-based, right? So it's like Zork. You type in what you want to do, right? Like go forward, go east, go west, move forward, touch this thing, examine this, pick up that, right? It's that kind of interactions, but like you can have like ASCII maps and stuff. Like there are ways to make muds pseudo-graphical. But, you know. I don't know if I'd want it in a web interface. I'd probably want it to run out of a launcher. But dreams and thoughts and ideas, and none of them will ever happen. It's fine. Yeah, it's you basically, you need to build a world. I mean, Batmud has some interesting ideas in the way that it works, but the reason I haven't streamed it at all is because it's largely filled with shitheads. But like Batmud has like these types of maps to give you a very like visual idea of where you are. And like, you know, there's your world map. These are your region maps. And like, this is your descriptions. And you can use these, or you could just use the text descriptions. Like everything here is like irrelevant. You don't need any of these visual assistances. You can just use that, which is similar to what I would want in a game, which is why I tried playing Batmud. But trust me, there's a lot of shitheads in Batmud. I'm talking about watchability, Aqua. And that's the problem with a lot of muds, is they're not really watchable. Or rather, they're not watchable if you're not into muds. I got in an argument with God for the Second. I don't have anything to feel bitter about. Well, that's good that you don't have anything to feel bitter about. God, have you gotten married yet, you dumb king? Nope, just a fucking lover. Ironically, I wouldn't want it to be like fantasy. I'd want it to be science fiction. But I like the idea too, but it's something that would be like unrealistic to actually. Whoa! Ficot, are you okay? Is stumbling around obliviously. My outpost liaison is stumbling around obliviously. Please snap out of it and leave. I don't want you to die on my map. Hey, Magna. What's up? You weren't inspired enough to create an interesting world? Maybe he's drunk? That's not what stumbling around obliviously means. Stumbling around obliviously is like the equivalent of falling into melancholy. It means he's really depressed. I hope the headache goes away sooner rather than later, Magna. I don't know. The idea that the thing that I really, really, really want for this channel, like I have so many ideas and things I want to do. Like, I want to stream Space Station 13, for example. Realistically, there isn't enough people watching this stream for me to do that, because I'd have to run a private server, and we'd have to fill a private server. And that means I need like 50 people to fill it. We could maybe get 8 or 10, maybe 20, but I can't fill a private server. So it's like, it's not really something I can do. Like there's lots of things I would like to do that I know won't work, you know? There's certain games I would like to stream that I know that a large portion of the audience won't enjoy to a level where it's like, well, it's not even worth doing. Unfortunately, a lot of the ideas that I have require a much bigger audience. It is a great game, not a good stream game, unless you have a private server. It's there. Like, you literally can't stream it unless you have a private server, unless you want to get banned from every fucking server in existence. And maybe one day Unity Station or SS14 will actually come out, which is a much more user-friendly version that runs in a modern engine that doesn't require the garbage software from 1998 that shit still runs on. That feels like it's going to molest your computer every time you launch it. Could be stuck on the map. I mean, no, he's not stuck on the map. It just means that his dwarf is depressed. Or that dwarf is depressed. They're not stuck anywhere. If they were stuck, I wouldn't be letting them leave. I am letting them leave. But let's let these dwarves out of here. Let them go back to doing their tasks. Just want to get some of those animals slaughtered. Do that. Do that. Get all that stuff cleared out, put on some new clothes, and we'll put them back up in there unless we get mandates. How are you doing, Outpost Liaison? You still depressed? Nope, you snapped out of it. That's good. It is totally unrelated to that. Because trust me, I would know if they weren't able to leave the map. I've also had that happen where they're unable to leave the map, but that's not the problem here. There's eruptions happening. Just saying. Update on lava, still bubbling. We're gonna need to put the dwarves back pretty soon. But lava looks delicious. Glowy and red. I mean, it looks like something that they would have as a drink in like Star Trek or something. Although I've had like glowy red drinks that look kind of like lava in like fancy pubs in the form of mixed drinks. Place I went to a couple of times used to have this thing they called a lava shot, which didn't have that like texture, like it wasn't thick or anything, but it was served in a glass that had a light underneath it, and it glowed, and it was very, very, very red. It's quite tasty, actually. Surprisingly so, even. But I don't think that lava looks particularly delicious. It looks awesome, but it doesn't look delicious. Not what I would describe as delicious, anyway. But yeah, no, I've got so many ideas for this channel and so many things I want to do and so many things that are completely unreasonable for me to ever actually do time-wise. But I don't know. I hope that the three really big hopes that I have. The three really big hopes that I have. The first one is I hope that this channel gains enough traction off of the release of the Steam version that I'm able to afford to stream full-time for another decade. The second thing that I really hope for is that at some point, me and Rhinestone are able to nail out a consistent enough schedule and be able to record the podcast consistently enough and people actually start listening to it in a way so that our podcast can actually become a thing of its own so I can actually pay Ryan to show up. That's the other goal that I have. And then the third goal is just... I kind of hope this community doesn't change too much because I kind of like it the way it is. But who knows? Who knows? Dwarves are dancing. Serving wine, pondering clocks. King has a demand. That's just forever. But, you know, most days I make like 20 bucks from my streams, which is generally enough between that and the Patreon and the YouTube and the $2 I make a year off of t-shirt sales. I survive. Barely, but I survive. Never gonna get tired of watching dwarves dance. Because they can dance if they want to. They can leave their friends behind. Because they have no friends. Because they're dwarves. Because they'd rather do other things. I mean, there's plenty of free mud engines. The problem is putting the work into them and populating them. And currently, I do not have a big enough audience to populate a mud enough that it would be interesting or worth playing in. I just don't. But pretending otherwise or saying otherwise is just like a false statement. So, it's an idea which probably isn't something that is reasonable to look into right now, unfortunately. Yeah, Post Liaison shares another rumor from abroad. I mean, there's lots of things I want to be able to get to the point to be able to do, you know? Like, if I was a much bigger creator, a lot of small games would get a lot more support. Because there's a lot of games that I would like to see do well. That currently it's like I can stream them, and if I stream them, you know, a couple people buy it. But like, kind of to quote Epion here, which is on the release day of Jupiter Hell, if I'm the biggest or one of the biggest channels streaming it, the game is a complete failure, and they need to file for bankruptcy. Because, like, I can help, but that's about it, you know? Also, ouch. Mixed reviews on Hood, Outlaws, and Legends. Me too. Audio, me too. But till then. Yeah, exactly. It's like I can stream a game and some people will see it because I stream it. But I can't snap my finger and fund a developer for a year making one video, right? But I'll never be at that point because that's not the kind of content I create. That being said, I could be much more help. I don't know. But I've been one of those weird channels for most of my career where it's like, I've just kind of existed. I've just kind of been there. I have famous friends. I've seen many, many channels come and go. I can't even count the number of channels I've seen start streaming, blow up, get really big, burn out, and quit. Or blow up, get really big, burn out, change their content completely, lose the majority of their audience, and then vanish from the scene. I've seen some shit, Tapioca. No, getting big names to stream new games that nobody has heard of is hard. Getting big names to stream new games that are already popular and have a shit ton of marketing money behind them, super easy. Which is why, like, if a big company is like, hey, Blind, stream, I don't know. Like, if Sega comes up to me and they're like, hey, stream Total War, here's X number of dollars. I'll be like, fuck yeah, why not? You can afford that. You're Total War. You know, you're Sega. You got lots of money. But, like, when small developer is like, hey, streamer, here's $50. Stream tiny little game no one's heard of. I actually would rather just not stream that game, or rather just give me the key for the game. Don't give me the money. I'll just play it because it's, I don't know. It really bothers me when it's just like, oh, I could take money from tiny little studio. Also, apparently Nightbot is in the live feed for the volcano. Check this out. Jesus. Look, Nightbot. Hello, Nightbot. Seriously, look at that shit. My God, dude. My God. Rome Total War was the best. Oh, I would have streamed the shit out of that if they paid me to do it. But they didn't, so I didn't. Because they just released that Rome Total War Remastered, which apparently is like janky in all the ways that original Rome Total War is. And you know what? Honestly, I'm totally fine with that. They just like fixed up the resolutions and prettied up some textures and re-released the same game, which is totally fine. Cool. Getting those bits and pieces built. I don't know. I've got so many things I want to do that are just so far out of my reach. It's kind of difficult to describe. All right, we need to get through this winter. Research. Ooh, that means we're close to a discovery. The king is close to discovering something. Now you're pondering division. That was a quick researching session. That or you canceled the research. One of the two. It's hard to say which. But I guess at the end of the day, you know, I'm a small channel because I play Dwarf Fortress and don't stream all of the mainstream stuff, and I just owe you guys a big thank you for those of you who support this channel in any capacity, whether that's just hanging out in the chat and talking, or having a skull next to your name, supporting on Patreon, or chucking bits at me occasionally. I'm not exaggerating when I say that I wouldn't be here at all if it wasn't for you guys. So thanks for taking the time to watch the stream, support the stream, chill, chat with us, yell at me, call me stupid. I don't know. Whatever you guys got to do. Well, thanks for supporting this stream. Because it is quite literally one of the most niche streams on the site. And I've managed to find some weird, quiet success over here in my corner. Someone needs to give Tapioca real beer. Come on. Help a guy out. Tapioca was our Baron in this fort at one point in time. That is a lot of miasma. Cheers, Aqua. Enjoy the ad-free viewing, Tapio. I'm just like playing with this rubber duck. So if you ever hear squeaking sounds, I swear it's just this rubber duck that I'm fiddling with. Nervous fidgets. Thanks for gifting 3 subs today, though. Aqua, cheers, man. I read Given Birth, and I thought it was one of my dwarves, and then I read Goat Kid, and I was like, ah, god dang it. Aqua, thank you very much for gifting us sub to Tele. Enjoy the ad-free viewing and the real beers. Tele, it's good to have you around. Welcome back for a 4th month. It is a waste of a sentence of sentience to not embrace what one likes or enjoys, no matter how niche. Well, see, here's the problem, right? When you're trying to make a living, you're directly making your job hard for yourself by doing the thing that you enjoy in that instance, right? Which is the problem that I run into. The volcano is now your wallpaper. I mean, like the live stream of it? I mean, look at this shit. It's wonderful. It's a good live stream, isn't it? A particularly good shot was this one from earlier. That was from earlier today. It was like right around the time I woke up. Yeah, or rather yesterday, not today. Like, look at that. It's bloody incredible. Fucking Earth is a powerful thing. Well, you're a rare kind of person, Governor. 25, Aqua. It's a nice round number. Is that technically a round number? It's a nice divisible by 5. It's a good number. Let's do a little bit of garbage crushing. Crushed a bunch of trash. Flip it back up. Pondering surgeries, brewing drinks. We got a mandate. 2 more ballistas. Got to slaughter the pups. I don't know. At the end of the day, very few channels actually last as long as mine. So the one thing I truly do have going for my stream is consistency. I've just been here longer than most people streaming on this site. And I've managed to maintain a similar amount of success for a very long time, which is an achievement. Seven days a week. I mean, I don't stream 7 days a week. You could watch my streams 7 days a week, though. That's what YouTube's for. How are you doing, Freskins? I don't have enough mental health capacity to stream 7 days a week anymore, unfortunately. Sorry for horribly portraying you and being an absolute criminal in the face of all of my audience members because I don't stream 7 days a week anymore. Captain of the guard, storing all of his stuff in there. Maybe if my body hadn't fallen apart and if I didn't have chronic depression and if I was a relatively happy individual, I could still do that, but no, I can't. Can't even do 6 days a week. Some weeks I can't even do 5. Well, the quality of my streams has gone up. I'm sorry that your productivity at work has gone down. Volcano alert. Whoa! Whoa! Look at that shit. Well, unfortunately, Freskins, I know that you're joking, but you really don't make me feel great when you say things like that. I'm very sorry that I can't stream more for you, but I'm not physically capable of doing that. Wish I could, but I can't. So I would appreciate it if you'd cease doing that. Because all it does is it just bums me out. Will this be the day that 67 stops working? I mean, it's stopped working in the past. You've talked about how it used to work, and then you go on hot streaks, right? It's just like any other gambling thing where you go on hot streaks for a bit and you have a bunch of good dice rolls and then you go on a cold streak and then you lose a lot. Ah, possible. Hey, Chico. Thank you very much for the raid. How was your stream today? Hope Dwarf's was good. Green glass blocks. Green glass blocks. Chico is one of your go-to sources for Dwarf Fortress in Spanish. So if you speak Spanish, go follow Chico. Or if you don't, I mean, I don't know, maybe learn Spanish watching Chico. I would soon have depression regardless. Well, I don't like it when people passive aggressively guilt me for not streaming 7 days a week. I apologize for trying to have a work-life balance, even if it's just sarcasm. But Freskins, I recommend that you watch VODs when I'm not streaming and you want somebody to watch. Or you watch one of my teammates, because one of them are almost always live. There's plenty of other channels that you could be watching when I'm not live. I will do as much as I can for when I am live, but when I'm not, you will be fine. Do what you gotta do, man. I know how that goes. Raid, say hi, run. Have a good one. We'll see you. Good stuff. Freskins. Kiri's good stuff. She's good people. Like, I'm not gonna lie, like, I do genuinely wish I could just stream 7 days a week. Like, I miss the days when I had that level of energy. Dwarves, remove that fucking whatever that is. What is that? It's trousers, actually. Not a sock, it's trousers. Some of the Jupiter Hell VODs. Watch the later ones, because the earlier ones are less relevant. So somebody just, like, was working on this construction, took their pants off, left the pants on the ground, and just left? Huh. Some tattered pants. I'm more concerned about the dwarf that just pantsed himself while hanging out. I'm much more concerned with that. Might have been wearing many pairs of pants. That doesn't really happen anymore. That was a bug. It's pretty infrequent that dwarves will have multiple pairs of pants on, unless, like, you're instructing them to equip more pairs of pants. Cloaks, they can sometimes wear multiple times. I mean, I'm intentionally kind of doing this slowly, but 1, 2, 3. We're working on level 4. But it also goes 1, 2 levels underground. I'm going to need to cut a hole in the maze. It's going to be interesting. There's also buzzards flying around, so I don't exactly want to be working on high-up construction stuff. Also, to be clear, Freskins, I'm not mad at you or anything for being sad that I don't stream 7 days a week, but I'm going to politely ask you to please stop expressing sadness at me not streaming 7 days a week. And please stop joking about it, because it's something I dream about and wish that I could do, but I'm physically incapable of doing that. So it's kind of really mean to joke about that. I beat myself up all the time when I'm not streaming on my days off, and I really need to train myself to not do that. And the last thing I really need is people watching and acting sad that I don't do that anymore. Because nobody wishes they could do it more than me. Because all it would mean is that I was healthy again. All it would mean is that I was mentally stable again, but I'm not. So I have to take care of myself so I don't off myself, which I don't think anybody here wants, right? So let's all, you know, maybe work together as a unit and don't guilt trip the streamer for not killing himself with overworking himself. Regardless of if you're capable of doing that, it's just not fair to me. So, I don't know how else to ask it, but Freskins, please fucking stop doing that. Just please fucking stop it. Hey, stupid. Hope you're doing well, man. Yep. Stone did win again with the 67 tickets. Stone's on a hot streak. What I'm saying is bet 67 on the next investment. I mean, I put up a little bit, I put up a little video on YouTube like a week ago now called My Stupid Brain, which kind of highlights all of this stuff. But it's just like, if anybody here is sad that I don't stream as much as I used to, just remember that nobody is more pissed off about it and upset than me. That is quite the eruption. Look at that. Look at that. Purdy. You feel that if you do it too, Stone will lose? Actually, Stone will probably win and you'll lose. Is 10 or so seconds ahead of the other cameras? Oh, really? Huh. So you watch camera 2 for the eruptions, and then when the eruptions start, you stare at camera 1? So I guess at the end of the day, just like, if you enjoy my streams, that's incredible. And if you support my streams, I thank you very much. But just remember that the best way to actually support a streamer like me is to help me stay mentally sound. Yes, I'm a fucking snowflake and I'm delicate as hell these days, but I didn't always used to be like this. And I remember the days when I wasn't like this. And I hope one day I can get back to that point. And trust me, if I ever get back to that point, I'll stream more. Buy me records? I mean, if you like the stream, tip the stream. Speaking of tipping the stream, springtime. Not that that has to do with anything with tipping it, but springtime, and that means that we have a tribute showing up. Well, I guess they're kind of tipping the stream because they're a tribute. Hopefully nobody dies of old age. So far we've only had one, which was Aquasar, who died of old age, right at the very beginning. Have you tipped me this month? We're on the 11th? I wish I could control F this. Not that I'm seeing in my notifs. How is your toddler? Toddling, probably. You're still a baby, still can't walk, so not quite a toddler yet. You're annoyed. You were interested after watching performance, though. Disgusted upon dwelling on grouching on miasma. And, Idim Gilnick has arrived. Medium, sparse hair, extremely long hair. Tall ears, free-lobed. Hair is dark chestnut, and his skin is burnt umber. You like the streams, but you don't know how it's even possible to watch all the streams unless I'm on vacation? What do you mean by that? You mean like it's not possible to watch all the streams unless you're just... Oh, at the bottom of the map? That's the total number of Z levels. So above ground and below ground connected. So that's the total Z level that I'm on. So we're on layer 120, 119, 18. That counts down. But if I go up, that's the top. So it's 160 total. Whereas the number at the top is we're 25 Z levels above ground. Now we're at ground level. Yeah, there you go. I'm trying to figure out what that means, Drunken Slender. I'm assuming that it means that it's impossible to watch all of my streams unless I'm on vacation and you just watch through all the VODs for 2 weeks or something. I don't know. I've been kind of... Uh-oh. What was me? No. R.I.P. Woe is me. Woe is me was a 160-year-old something... what's the word? Merchant. Also, 25 silver arrows from the group of alchemy stone. Very easy. 25 silver arrows? Would you look at that? Nice and easy. Rest in peace, Woe is me. I think we need to request some more merchants. I'm going to do that right after we bury Woe is me. Records or food or ... I'll put that towards the streamer can maybe go on vacation one day, maybe. Fund. Looks like one of my dingoes died of old age, too. Thank you very much for the 50 bucks, man. From Anon Emouse. Shoutouts to Anon Emouse. Jack, can I get a big round of beers for Anon Emouse? Whoa! Look at that. Oh my god. I can't wait for the sun to fucking get out of the camera. Good god. When is another handful of clay tribute? I mean, at least they haven't brought us like a bag of sand. You either watch/lurk the stream or you're not watching it? Wait, what do you mean? I don't know what that means. You either watch or you don't. That sounds like most people. Yeah. I either watch or I don't. That's fair. Some valuable fucking sand? Yeah, right. Kind of winding back to the thing that we mentioned earlier, though, about maybe one day in the far future running a mud. That's something that I've been thinking about doing as my eyesight gets worse. So, like, the worse my eyesight gets, that's something that I want to do. Is like, hey, well, how can I survive in the long term? Well, I need something that I can do with no eyes. Okay, well, what's something that we can do with no eyes? Well, I could stream and play a mud with no eyes. So let's run our own mud. That's kind of... That and podcasting is like some of the ideas I've been looking at for the farther away future. So we have 2 merchants left. I think we're going to send out a request for some merchants. I'm trying to get ones that come in pairs because then they're married, and then I just hope they show up and make babies. Thanks for gifting some subs. Thanks for hanging out, Aqua. Can't bring back Taurus because Taurus was making too many problems, but it's nice that that dwarf got married. Actually, you know what? Should I bring back Taurus? Because Taurus has gotten married. Taurus has been living in this fortress and got married. Let's see. Maybe if Taurus brings their significant other, then we can have Taurus the first and Taurus the second in the fort at the same time, which will be a little weird, but... All right, those are all of our requests. Send Peter to go get them. Everybody say goodbye to Aqua, by the way. We owe Aqua a lot for all those gifted subs earlier. I'm very much just waiting for this fucking J.J. Abrams flare to go away. Even if you wanted to only do that. Yeah, no, I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, I stream a shit ton. Even considering... Whoa. Ficod is tantruming. Please leave the fucking map, my dude. And it's not because he's stuck here. But the outpost liaison is tantruming. I think our times of seeing Ficod are maybe coming to an end. I just really don't want Ficod to die on this map. The elves have arrived to trade. Ficod tantrumed and broke a window. That's what Ficod did. But yeah, no, I mean, here's the thing, right? Like, when people ask me about, like, what I'm doing on YouTube or why I upload so much, it's like the VODs that I upload to YouTube are mostly uploaded as a archive. Like, I don't reasonably expect anybody to actually watch all of them. Some people do. And it's incredible when people do. Like, the fact that some people will... Ficod. Yeah, right. It's incredible that people do watch the VODs, and I will always be very grateful that people do. But outside of like the interviews and then the one-off first impression videos, like I don't really expect anybody to actually watch them all that much. Like a very small percentage of the people who watch my stuff are going to watch those VODs. Because they're there as an archive, and I've talked about this a couple times, but one of my biggest regrets about my early years of streaming is I didn't archive anything. It all just got deleted after 90 days. Like, it's all gone. I mean, some of it's archived, but it's very small, the amount that's actually archived compared to how much I did back then. So the reason I upload so much to YouTube is because I'm archiving my stuff, so I can go back later and look at it. It's almost more for me than other people, you know? So that's just kind of where we're at right now. On how to join two pieces of wood? What, like how to make like a hinge? I mean, crafting videos are very interesting. Feather tree egg yolks. At least some things never change. A weasel. An emu. A unicorn. Fluffy wumbler. By a hemphood. The Eternal Hammer have returned. Damn it. You didn't bring your wife. At least not yet. Anyway, we have more merchants. If anybody would like a merchant. Excellent. Mincott and Cesar are married. Bim didn't bring their wife. But we did pretty good. Even if we only got 3 of all of the requests that we made. We only got 3, and that's pretty good. We can work with that. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. Videos like that are cool. I mean, I will watch some very silly videos about old audio gear because I find it entertaining. Basically what I'm saying is I can watch Tecmon for hours. Hallelujah. The sun's finally down. So this shot doesn't look like a J.J. Abrams film anymore. But plan for tonight is I'd like to probably do another hour of this or so. And then maybe a little more than that. And then we're going to play some more Insurmountable, which I started last night. We started Insurmountable last night, and we are on the 3rd of 3 peaks on my first ever run. So we'll see if we can beat the easy difficulty on my first run. Whoop, fire. Chat, check this out. Wait for it. Wait for it. Oh. Come on. Wait for it. Those ones are ahead, so this will bubble. It's gonna do the thing. There it goes. That camera's having a hard time. Look at that. That is so damn cool. Boom. So fucking cool. This is fine. All right. It's so goddamn cool. I'm just so happy they have those nice cameras set up, you know? So it pops more? No, because then I can't read any of the text. So I will not put it into dark mode. I'd like to be able to read YouTube. You can open the stream yourself and put it into dark mode. No. I mean, that was a polite request, which has been politely declined. It's not a, gah, no, I know dark mode. Blah, my eyes. Those are dark mode people. Asking politely for me to put it into dark mode is fine. I will politely decline, though. Next layer. The coolest part about that volcano, though, is just how the shape of the opening of it has shifted in the time that it's been erupting. Tile set seems wrong. No, it seems fine. It's the one that I installed. It's the custom one that my artist edited. If you don't like it, you can watch someone else. No, you worded it fine. But no, I won't use dark mode for accessibility reasons. I can't actually focus my eyes and read dark mode, just period. But I always sit in dimly lit rooms, and I am physically incapable of using dark mode, so please don't ask me to use dark mode. To the point where I think I had a command at one point of explaining why I don't use dark mode, but nah. It's just not worth bringing it up constantly. There you go. Clay, you're such a Chad. Get mad and depressed when you're not training. Put you in the military for an hour and you're all good. Bloody dwarves. Telling you. Can't live with them. Certainly can't live without them. Also, chat, for no apparent reason, can I get a round of beers? Just type in the word beer and let's see how many beers we can get. Oops, did I cancel that? Must have. Catsy slipped into depression. It's been a dwarf I've been having a hard time dealing with for a bit. You're haggard. You know what? I'm gonna put you in a squad by yourself. Put you over here. In a spot by yourself. And just get you training. In a squad that has no weapons. Because training... wine. Actually, I mean, if you type in Trick Cheese, Renee, if you're subscribed to Evil Trick, that'll give you wine. Cheese gives you wine. But just don't whine about beer. Because we like beer here. But yeah, hopefully this dwarf snaps out of this depressive spat and goes and trains. Hangs out in the waterfall and smartens up sooner rather than later. Baby's doing alright, says bah. Likes hanging out on mum. Rebel, rebel. I mean, sometimes you just gotta be a rebel. Gotta go against the flow, fight against the grain. Be a rebel. Make life take the lemons back. Get mad. And all that jazz, you know? I can now export stuff I don't export anyway. Was there a war? Nope. I do not have a crap ton of units. I mean, you've already told me that my tile set seems wrong, so I'm going to not take anything that you say seriously until you, you know, ask legitimate questions and say intelligent things. Pondering muscles. But no, we've never been in a war in this fort. 221 years, we've never been in a war. Against the flow of ambrosia, the salt must flow. Welcome back, Tapioca. Aqua has gone to sleep, I think, but I will pass the message on. Snap out of it. Come on there, Dwarf. You know what I actually did to make a dwarf snap out of being depressed once is I channeled the floor out from underneath them. I think I might do that. Let's see if that works. Otherwise, this dwarf is going to die of thirst. Well, I mean, I personally prefer ASCII, Sputter, and if I didn't stream, I would be playing in ASCII. But being a shitlord doesn't make friends very quickly. Being an asshole to people makes people roll their eyes and not want to talk to you. Being a elitist twat and being a ASCII purist and getting mad or commenting in negative fashions when you see somebody playing a single-player game in a way that you do not agree with does one thing, and it just makes you look like a royal piece of shit cunt. So if that's the kind of vibes you want to give off, you're doing a great job. If you want to make friends, say, hello, I don't like tile sets, but feel free to use them or something along those lines instead of just being a royal piece of shit. So, now that I've said my piece, welcome to the stream. Don't be a fucking elitist, right? Jesus Christ. Also, that ASCII enough for you, you dumbass? No one, because vanilla has no graphics, Commander. Well, actually, that's technically not true because it's fake ASCII, not real ASCII. Because it's not running in terminal. It's fake ASCII. Anyway. Hang in there, Katsu. Should be a verb. I mean, you can use it as a verb. But yeah, no, if you gatekeep like that shit in my chat, I don't want you around here. So, change your attitude, and we can be friends. Otherwise, I'll just keep ripping on you. Wanted to ask you a question. I've actually used that pun before. I'm here to ask you about something. Although the problem with that one is it sounds like you're trying to do a really bad Jar Jar Binks impressions. Which is just not great. It's funny, as a content creator, I'm supposed to be warm and welcoming, but sometimes I just can't do that. Sometimes I can. Sometimes I just can't. ASCII away. Come on, like if you're gonna use ASCII like this, you got to think of more than one way to use it like this. Initiate Scion Cannon. No, not really. But I got a jar of dirt, I got a jar of dirt, I got a jar of dirt, and guess what's inside it? Puts on a masky of shame. There you go. Sit in the corner and be ashamed. Although I do want to give you credit for something. Number one, don't gatekeep games that already have too small of a player base. But you haven't left, so clearly we're going to be good friends. There's like two kinds of people, right? There's people who come in, say something dumb in this chat, get yelled at, call me an ass, and leave. And then there's people who say something dumb in my chat, get yelled at, shrug it off, and we're good friends after that. We'll see. We'll see how that goes. Like, usually, like, if you take option B, it's the best way to exist. I've read that twice, and I don't know what you're saying, so I will just smile and nod, Renee. I'm assuming that's a grammatically correct-ish sentence. Aw, I'm out of glass. Crap. Also, I forgot, but gotta give these new migrant editions hauling and other jobs. At the very least, they can help us put stuff in stockpiles. How old are you? 138? You're actually nice and young. Holy shit! And you brought your wife. That's wonderful. Please make babies. How old are you? Whoa, that's the wrong button. 165. Okay, you're about to keel over.
Let's
That's
take a
fine.
lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything
Sup,
that's good from it,
boss?
the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit, garbage, shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
It's true. It's binary code for alphabet, if you remember correctly. I don't know anything about any of that, so. Well, one of them is youngish. Mincot, not so much. But hopefully she can have a baby before she keels over. It's in the title of the stream. It's Longdeath. Fortress is called Longdeath. Precursor to encoding used in telegraph. Huh. All right. Although one thing that I do think is genuinely kind of hilarious are ASCII purists who comment on the fact that I'm using a tile set when they're probably using lazy noob pack. I genuinely think that's hilarious to me. It's like, oh, you're not playing the pure game. You're not getting the pure experience. It's like, excuse me, I'm getting a pure experience than you've ever had. It's been a while, yeah. No, the fort's going all right. Still the struggle of making them make babies, but we're doing okay. We get a baby or two a stream, maybe. We got two little not grown up kids yet, which is good. Plenty of alcohols. I've started building this glass tower, which is going to eventually go all the way up to the tavern and connect to the bottom of that, and then also go underground as well. Should be lovely. Your friends made a mud named Shireen. Lots of work, no picnic. I mean, I would love to get into that, but that's, something that I would probably do post Steam release of DF. I mean, as I always say to people, and I won't show the actual video because I will get copyright struck on YouTube and muted on Twitch. So it's okay to not like things. It's okay to not like things. It's okay to not like things. But don't be a cuck about it. Let's dump that dead dingo. I mean, the actual song goes, but don't be a dick about it, but... Don't be a dick about it. There you go. I mean, that's how the song actually goes, is don't be a dick about it. It's okay to not like things. Don't be a dick about the things you don't like. Please do not DMCA. Please do not DMCA me. Please do not DMCA. Please don't DMCA me right now. Have them all in a Tony space for a few months. Proximity makes them friendly. Put them all in a Tony space. Okay, I'll get Tony Stark on the phone, and I'll get him to hook us up with a Tony space. You mean on the DF subreddit? Yay! Off work, missed. Hope work was okay. Tony's space. Tony's space, where you can get pizza, French fries, and kebabs. I'm in Tony's space. That's like Steve's Place, which is a restaurant around here. Although, actually, John's Place is one of my favorite restaurants I've ever been to in my whole life. Also, check this lighting out. Look at that. Dude, look at that. Hey, Tony, we got more of them deep pans in the back? Please, tell me that that camera's behind. I'll keep an eye on it. You'd love to go to Tony's Place? John's Place is an actual restaurant. It's not greasy at all, though. John's Place is wonderful. Like, seriously, holy fuck, look at that. Please tell me it goes up top. Yeah, I know. I saw it. I'm watching. Yeah, the other cameras are behind. Big camera's gonna go up next. Oh. Copper door in bedroom. Can do. I need to figure out where my mayor's door is. Sorry, but this is important. This is about to be a big one. I don't really browse funny on Reddit much, I'll be honest. I stay off of a lot of the main subreddits. It just doesn't look real. That's what's so amazing to me about this stuff. Like, I know it is, but like... My God. Holy shit. It looks fake? Yeah, it does, doesn't it? You can tell it's going to be a big one because of all of the magma crabs emerging. Yeah, right. If anybody wants the link, it's right here. And then corporate showed up. Hopefully you didn't break anything when corporate was watching. Only break things when corporate isn't watching. Also, we do have some of these lovely, lovely, lovely merchants in the fortress. So if anybody would like a merchant named after them, if you don't currently have a dwarf in the fort, we do have 3. Do you still have a dwarf? Your dwarf died. So this would be Socksmell the Third, I think. Or second, rather? I'm pretty sure it's the 3rd. He is blissful! After sleeping in the bedroom like a personal palace. Within the last season, he felt euphoric due to inebriation. Was content after having a pretty decent drink. Felt pleasure after putting on a truly splendid item, and was annoyed at the lack of dining tables. He is 138 years old, born on the 6th of Fell Sight in the year 88. He's a worshipper of English the Embraced Roses, who, of course, is the deity of lust. He personally has a negative view of those who exercise power over others, prefers a noisy, bustling life to days without activity, and does not care about friendship, dreams of creating a great work of art. He is not driven and rarely feels the need to pursue even a modest success. He has an active imagination and he is moved by art and natural beauty. He is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He enjoys the company of others, and he is troubled by this since he dislikes, I can't read. And he is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He enjoys the company of others and tends to not reveal personal information. He is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. He often feels envious of others and he occasionally overindulges. He exhales sharply when he becomes exasperated, and his hands are animated when he speaks. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. Will be the third. Yours keep dying of old age. Then you might, if they keep dying of old age, you might want to wait for a child, because the other two that I have available will die of old age pretty soon. Did OSHA come? Yeah, as if the dwarves have formed OSHA yet. You'd need the dwarves to form OSHA in order for OSHA to come and yell at you. And they certainly haven't done that. And they're certainly not going to do that. Dwarfsha? Dwarfsha. I feel like it would be D-O-R-F-sha. You did have the urge to break something while they were there, though. A friend of mine who drives a forklift in a appliance warehouse sent me a, You have a meeting? Well, you have a good one, Taylor. Thanks for hanging out today. But a friend of mine who drives a forklift in a appliance warehouse, while corporate was there, had an oopsie and knocked over a stack of 6 fridges and destroyed them all. Every single one of them was just done. Like, not like beyond repair, just destroyed. Stack of 8 fridges. Which is kind of incredible. Also, speaking of kind of incredible. My God. Shit's lit over there in Volcano Land right now. It looks like paint. Just the low rumbles. Bottom left is archived footage. Okay, so that one is archived? Gotcha. I see. May the 5th, huge lava fountain. I mean, this one isn't. Also, Peter II, the Spearmaster, has bestowed the name Bavashtam Edslong upon an iron spear. Looks like you can make a glass out of it. Right? That's what I was saying earlier. Like, it doesn't look real. Although people were saying earlier that it looks delicious. All right, so I need the mayor's bedroom, which is sparkly 4K. So I need to find their bedroom first. Apparently Daturo doesn't have a bedroom yet. Here, you can have that one. Blue water, nobody. Ghost, Vuzel, Corvius, Escoid, Trees, Mincott and Socks, and Sadi and Simplex, Crow, Candle Pixie, Abe, Goffer, Patchwork. Okay, where actually is the formal? Where is the mayor's bedroom? Peter. And I got way more bedrooms than I need. There we go. So that's the mayor's bedroom. So I need to put that copper door once it gets made. Pretty sure we have copper bars, so. Although I'm not actually seeing anybody doing it, so maybe we don't have copper. It starts with H, and you didn't know that Urist means dagger? Yeah, Urist means dagger. Urist means dagger. Yeah, no, I've walked across old lava fields. We actually have quite a few old lava fields here that are now beaches. It's always really fucking cool to go for a walk on a old lava beach. It's all just like broken up weird rocks. And yet they aren't the sharpest tools in the shed. They may all be named Dagger, but they ain't the sharpest dwarves in the memes. It is now summer. Meaning we'll trade with the humans soon. Where's our combat log? Is there another Wolverine being a batshit crazy piece of shit? Also, investments are open, chat, if you wish to invest your tickets and invest 67 alongside of Stone and see if it works for you too. Bots on a hot streak. Let's see. Let's see if it works for anybody else. Oh, a giant cave toad attacked a giant cave's... A giant cave swallow attacks a giant cave toad, but he jumps away. Look at that. I need to actually go to the bars screen. Ironically, he asks for copper, which I have 127 of. So I do have plenty of copper, so I should, in theory, be able to make a copper door. Oh, I know why. It's because they're too busy forging all the fucking arrowheads. That's why. They're just not prioritizing it, because they're busy on other things. I don't know. Watching this volcano makes me have this weird desire to go buy a lava lamp. I don't know if anybody else is having this feel, but like kind of being kind of honest here. I've kind of got this stoner aesthetic in my apartment these days. Maybe I should get me a lava lamp. Just put it by my window. Chat, should I buy a lava lamp? I shouldn't buy a lava lamp. How much is a lava lamp? No, they really aren't. I'm more just curious about how much a lava lamp is. 30 bucks. Nah. What's my population count? 31. 36 technically, if you count the merchants. The messy organization of permanent danger. Yep. For only 31 dudes. I mean, they'll power through it in like a couple months. It's fine. They're pretty efficient. Apparently 67 wins. Not for everybody. But that's my first time actually winning in a very long time. I mean, I have lots of materials. Might as well make lots of smelters. We got nothing else to do. We got 1,000 years. We're only 226 years in. We started on year 5, meaning we're 221 years old, this fortress. Might as well work on something, so build too much of everything because it's fun. Why not? Dwarves like being next to fancy stuff. Who cares? Speaking of caring, giggles make me die. Red paint shortage causes blue paint sales. Cats acknowledge carrots are inferior to chicken. All parsnips duel carrots to the death. To death. Okay, there you go. Dolphins frolicking. Furiously symbolic sounds. There you go. All caught up. Three out of 5 wins. That's not bad. Royal Treasure has arrived. Is it still the same one? Still Hode. Good to have you back, Hode. Mm-hmm. Do I have a low pop cap? The pop cap is 52. Well, hard cap 56. The population fluctuates because we don't get migrants, and we haven't gotten migrants in about 150 years. If you want more information, exclamation point Longdeath. All of the archives are there. I've streamed this fortress 98 times. Most of the streams are 5-ish hours. Long story short is we're giving Arch Crystal a run for Seth's money. Because nobody's tried to keep a fort alive for a very long time. Questions are fine as long as they're not condescending. Like, quite literally. Like, feel free to ask questions. Okay, dumb question, chat. When did I get like a dozen billy goats? The fuck? I didn't know I had goats. I know I had a goat. Someone gave me a goat. I guess I ended up with a breeding pair of goats. All of a sudden there's a bunch of baby goats. Interesting. I had no idea I had goats. The more you know. Should slaughter some of those goats, so we're going to do that. Nope. Haven't gotten a migrant in 500 years, dude. Well, not 500. 150 years, I haven't gotten migrants. Merchants. Probably freebies. Probably gifted, and I probably pastured them. But I didn't realize... I mean, I guess, like, the notifications that they've grown into a billy goat and had more goat kids kept popping up, but I guess it just didn't dawn on me that I had a breeding pair. Apparently, we have a breeding pair of goats. So now we have unicorns, sheep, goats, and cattle. Not bad. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. The world is the same as ever. What request do you have of our merchants? All of the wood, please, so I don't need to piss off the elves. Let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. Goodbye, Hode. We'll see you next year. Keep on accidentally turning on the G-Force overlay. It's getting annoying. Oh, also, this fortress has small maze for aesthetics, complete with Minotaur. I like to just kind of flash that without actually, like, showing the whole thing, because it's a lot more fun to just, like, show, like, one chunk of it zoomed in. The people who haven't seen this fort before. It's like, oh, yeah, also, we have a maze, complete with Minotaur for aesthetics. And 3 Ettins that refuse to fuck. And two giantesses. And a dead Cyclops. You know, just all the toys. Also a glass behemoth forgotten beast that's trapped that I was harvesting silk from for a bit until I got lazy. Or rather, it got lazy and stopped spraying silk out of the silk spraying spot at the pig that I'd laid out for it, and so I just kind of got tired of it. Is it wild? You can't tame a minotaur, so yes, it's wild. They are not tameable. It lives in a cage. But no, this fortress exists as a way to prove to stalwart, longtime DF players that insist that the game is unplayable due to frame rates. This fortress is proof that with correct fortress management, you can have a good frame rate and dwarves that don't go insane for being rained on once. Because the fortress itself is actually open to the elements. If you have a keen eye, you might notice that there's rain coming through because we're a giant hole in the ground. The fort itself is a big old hole in the ground, and our tavern is up there above the ground. So because we're just a giant hole in the ground, they're always getting rained on, snowed on, and everything. So this fortress kind of exists just to prove to people who insist that it's impossible to do such things, that it is in fact possible, and I'm doing it. We also are running a protection racket where three separate human groups all bring us tributes every year. But yeah, no, we've been doing this now for about 9 months. Heads up to anybody who's in Twitch RPG, but Twitch RPG is giving away Twitch RPG is giving away 100 100 bits, if anybody cares. Also, a friend of mine just sent me a DM about a cryptocurrency called ICP, and I hate crypto. Why the fuck would you call it ICP? Anyway, Insane Clown Posse. Cool. It better actually be owned by the Insane Clown Posse, or I call bullshit. It's two things. It's active physics objects being rendered. It's population pathing. It's animal population pathing. And it's poor spatial management and locking things behind things is usually what causes forts to die. Back from backseating another DF streamer next door. Hopefully you didn't backseat them too hard, and hopefully they were willingly getting backseated. Minotaurs are permanently on the rebellious phase. Minotaurs are like just whiny children, right? Whiny children with horns. Horny whiny children? Wait, no, that's just a teenager. Probably made that door. I assumed you weren't talking to me. I would have slapped you, Freskins. Jess, thanks for the raid. How's the Raiders? How was the stream? What were you guys playing today? Actually, I can check. If you guys don't know Jess is part of my stream team. Ah, Vilheim. How was the Viking? Solo Viking funds. We're playing Dwarfs. It's like a soap opera, but Dwarf Fortress. It's like a soap opera, but it's Dwarf Fortress because this fortress never ends. It goes on, my friends. Some people started playing it not knowing what it was, and then 1,000 years later, they're like, what the fuck just happened? Had some hood violence this morning, too? Oh. I hear that game got mixed reviews. Kind of sketch. I hope that game's successful, and then that studio can get lots of money and make me DLC for Snake Pass, because it's Sumo Digital who made Snake Pass. But if you guys don't know Jess, you should go follow Jess. Jess is good people. It's extremely clippable. You know, games don't need to be good to be fun. That's the thing. Like, games can have a lot of problems, but still be a lot of fun. Example, Among Us. It's super silly, though. Yeah, that's kind of the gist that I got from watching it. Needs work if it wants longevity. Otherwise, it'll only be fun for a week or two. Yeah, that's kind of what it looks like. Technically, we're not super underground. We're just in a big hole. We're like in an open pit. We're like a gravel pit, basically, at the bottom of it. Also, this has nothing to do with Dwarf Fortress, but I've been, well, now they're in archived footage, I think. But there's a volcano erupting in Iceland. This is archived footage, I think. These are current, or these two are current? Anyway, this is live footage of volcanoes erupting. So it's very fun. I don't know. I haven't played Among Us in a while, but it's definitely an iOS as hell UX. What, that Among Us is buggy? I mean, you were complaining about hackers, commenting on trolls in open. Let's see. It didn't have any sort of friends list queuing initially. It had lots of problems. I mean, they've probably fixed it by now. I haven't played that game in ages, but when it like first blew up, it was not in a good state. It was very, 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 very much a budget game. But, you know, that's okay. Games can be budget and still be fun, right? Games can be budget and still be good. Games can be on a budget and be excellent. See this little game called Dwarf Fortress. Anyway, you know, like you don't need to be super high budget to be good. You just need heart and soul. But yeah, I hope Hood sells very, very well so that Sumo Digital can finally go make me a DLC for Snake Pass. Games that cost 100 million can be awful. See, Ark Survival Evolved. Nah, it's just me throwing shots. Ark's fine. See, Destiny. Actually, I think people like Destiny right now, don't they? Oh no, it's like it's like a constant flip-floppy. Sometimes they love it, sometimes they fucking hate it, sometimes they love it, sometimes they fucking hate it, sometimes they love it, sometimes they fucking hate it. There's never any in between. That is so high budget it's priceless. Then we should fund it enough so that the developer can afford to buy an apartment and not be informed that he has to move out because they're demolishing the fucking building. Tarn Adams is moving right now because his apartment is getting torn down. Which is like... That's all I can say. It's just face on desk, smash face on keyboard, sadness. Dude doesn't even own his own home. So his game might be priceless, but... Whisper me the right DF hack command to spawn a unit / goblin which makes an enemy and not belong to your fortress. You need to test some traps. Chat, what's the DF hack command to spawn in a hostile? I know it exists, I just don't know what it is off the top of my head. I mean, Tarn's Patreon gets decent traffic, just not enough traffic to buy a house.
This is madness! Madness. This is...
Why does Notch throw money at streamers when Minecraft does so much to pay for it? Yeet. I mean, you never know. Notch might be funding DF, but frankly, Notch is also a piece of shit that I don't care what he does with his money. Notch actually tried to back Adom's tile set for $50,000 and Indiegogo wouldn't let him. Because Indiegogo wasn't capable of processing payments above $10,000, which is hilarious and also really sad. You want him to get house buying traffic? I mean, we need like it's like the equivalent to, we need Urist Mansion, basically. Not enough traffic to afford proper health coverage and buy a house. Yep. Exactly. Exactly. I mean, like, you got to remember, like, Dwarf Fortress is supporting 4 people, right? And, yeah, you can look at the funding of the Fortress thing where it's like, oh, well, they make, like, $10,000 to $15,000 a month. Subtract 30% for taxes and divide that by 4 people. That's like nothing. That's like minimum wage. So it's like, yeah, no, please go give Tarn Adams money on Patreon or PayPal directly, ideally. I mean, you live in the UK, so that's natural. This is normal. Side of volcano is melting? The side of volcano is melting. Whoa. The side of the volcano is melting. That's like, can you guess the weather in the UK right now? Overcast and rainy. Probably accurate. But, nah, I don't know if I can be more help, but, I don't recognize any of the people streaming DF right now, so I don't know any walking Dwarven wikis that I could send you to. I mean, because they also get direct PayPal donations, right? They also get the direct PayPal donations. Ironically, like, the Steam version getting announced is like the best thing that could have happened for Dwarf Fortress. Just it getting announced. Because when it got announced, their Patreon went from like, I think it was about 4,000 a month to where it's at now. Like, it essentially doubled in a month or two. It was a very short period of time, and it increased very rapidly. So, at least they've gotten that boost. But we just need them to release it and sell, like, 3 million copies, and then we all be Gucci. We have Dwarfs forever. They have health coverage, and maybe Tarn can buy a house. Although, to be fair, maybe he doesn't want to buy a house, which is totally fair. Like, I want a house, but I don't know if I want to buy a house, if that makes any sense. I think we might lose Katsu. This dwarf's just got a few head problems that are very difficult to deal with. Buying a house in a growing city was the best financial decision you ever made. Fortunately, you were in the position to be able to make that financial decision when that financial decision was a possible decision that you could have made. It's like my aunt and uncle for anybody who doesn't know, I live in the greater Vancouver area of British Columbia, Canada, right? You can look this place up if you want, but they bought a condo in the 80s in Whistler, British Columbia, which is a skiing town. Very, 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 very popular. Very, 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 very expensive skiing town. Bought it for like less than $100,000 in a very long time ago, like 20 years, 30 years ago. Like in I think it was the 90s that they bought it. I sold it for like $4 million. It's like, Jesus Christ. Just a fucking tiny ass condo. Like smaller than, like it's almost the size of my apartment. It's like a 1-bedroom condo. It's crazy. Although I would argue not buying Bitcoin when it was $1 was the worst financial decision I ever made. Because I actually had the opportunity to do that at one point. But, oh well. Should have just bought like 5. Just 5 Bitcoins. That'd be cool. Although realistically, I probably would have sold it during the last bubble. So I probably still would have like kicked myself in the foot over it, but yeah. Oh well. De la vie. Alright, I'm assuming they made that door. I haven't made that copper door. Dwarves, what the fuck? I have 127 copper bars. I guess they're still just working on those stupid arrowheads. In 2011, I was working full time, and I had the opportunity to buy an apartment for $90,000. It was a 600 square foot apartment, and I needed it's like another $2,000 or something for the down payment. And it was at a point where wasn't something my parents could afford to help me with, and it wasn't it was just out of my financial reach. I could have taken out a loan and bought it, but my ex wanted to move out now. It wasn't oh, you can wait. It was you have to move out now. So we moved out, got a rental apartment, completely fucked my savings into oblivion because we had to move twice and got sued once by a landlord, or threatened with a lawsuit by a landlord. Long story. I ended up homeless, lost most of my savings, and didn't buy that apartment. Now, rent on that apartment, the exact same unit, actually, because I was looking at it and I saw it pop up on Craigslist because whoever owns it is renting it. $2,000 a month. And one of the other units in that building recently resold for $800,000. So yeah, fucking buy a place if it's cheap. Don't be like me. That's fine. I mean, don't have fruit. All right, so why aren't you guys making that door? But I don't know. I'm lucky. I'm self-employed. I get the best job in the world. I can pay my rent. I'm doing all right. If all I do is dwell on the things that I didn't do, where's that going to get me? Further into fucking depression than I already am. So let's not do that. You down here. Okay, that's it. Fucking... Forge Ballista Arrowhead, Metalsmith Forge, Sparked Copper Door. There you go. Finally worked our way through all that shit. That bought into Amazon in '97. I mean, isn't it cute that she bought a couple stocks in a cute little online bookstore? I'm not gonna lie, it actually felt really weird because I bought Tarn Adams' book relatively recently, and I bought it off of Amazon, and it had the old Amazon bookstore packaging that I haven't seen in a very, very, very long time. It's like, whoa, Amazon online bookstores, and that's a lot of lava. Damn. Damn. Holy shit. We got a full-on lava flow now. Look at that. As always, if anybody wants to link to this, I can link it. Probably work about as well for you as it does for most dwarves that try it. Look at the ash fall. You can see the ash coming down. That's just the coolest shit, man. Shot with the sunset in the background is gorgeous. I really hope that someone's taking like 4K photographs of that shit and like selling them, because I would love to buy some. That would go as my desktop background in a heartbeat. Just a still image of that. It's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Spicy water. Forbidden nacho cheese is what people were calling it earlier. Also, some ash just hit the camera. More like spicy minerals. I mean, that's just me in Arizona. Just spicy. If I ever went to Arizona, I would die in spicy water. All right, so that bed's been made. Or that door, rather, has been made. There's Sparkly's bedroom. And I got miasma. Sorry it took us a minute to get your copper door. I'm not going to replace his door with a copper one. I'm just going to put the door in his bedroom. Like, we're just going to do the equivalent of, like, leaning it against the wall. Too bright for your desktop background? I mean, I need bright things, otherwise I can't see it. So I need bright, high contrast. Because my eyes suck. You get that miasma out of there? Someone left food on... Oops, that's the wrong button. Somebody left food on the ground. You know, maybe I will mine that out. But if I complain, everyone will judge me? Yeah, we just, like, take the door and lean it against a wall. Like, that's what we're doing right now. We're just taking the door, putting it in his room, leaning it against the wall. I love that copper doors have the red background, so it looks like they're just a dead animal. Earth Chipotle cheese filling. You know, I've never had Chipotle, so I can't confirm, or nor deny, whether or not it's like Chipotle cheese filling. So I will simply have to agree by default that it is indeed Earth's Chipotle cheese filling. Because like I said, I got no basis for comparison. Never had a Chipotle. Never will. Oh, as in smoked jalapeno, not as in the restaurant. Oh. Let's see if the mayor's happy. Mayor, are you happy? The quest for knowledge never ends. I mean, well, you're not complaining, so I take that to mean you're happy. No mandates. All right, let's lock everybody in the celebration room. Celebrate Dwarf times. Come on. I'm very worried about our outpost liaison, though. I don't like the... Hallelujah! Apostles giving birth to another boy. Does anybody want a boy? Baby boy. Brand new baby boy. Quevinair? Quevinair, you've never had a dwarf, have you? Done. You've been dwarfed. You watched most of it, if not all of it, on YouTube, so you've earned that much. And also, I'm gonna try not to butcher your name. Dolo? Is it like Dolo? Is that how you say that? Thank you very much for the Prime sub. Enjoy the stupid skulls, the dwarfs, and can I get a big round of beers? Enjoy the ad free viewing for the next 30 days. Cheers, friend. He says, Baba. But the question, is Baba you? You are the son of Apostle the Second in Sparkly 4K, and a faithful worshipper of the fuchsia, an ardent worshipper of the fuchsia, and a faithful worshipper of the fuchsia, and a worshipper of Shin Rusted Amber, the Red Rocks. He was born today, which makes him very young indeed. He has a broad body with almost no fat on it. His hair is straight, and his very long sideburns are neatly combed. His long mustache is neatly combed. His very long beard is neatly combed. His hair is arranged in double braids. His nose bridge is very convex. His cobalt eyes have large irises. His ears are slightly flattened. His eyebrows are somewhat high, and his head is somewhat tall. His hair is a crew, and his skin is sandy taupe. He personally deeply values introspection, and values artwork, finds the artwork boring and respects perseverance, and values loyalty. He is in a constant state of internal rage, fucking mood, and very friendly, and always tries to say nice things, also a fucking mood. He actively avoids exciting or stressful situations, also a fucking mood. And he is very ambitious and always looking for a way to better his situation, also a fucking mood. Does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and he is likes to think that he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. Well, duh, he's a baby. And he tends to consider what others think of him. He is curious and eager to learn and pleased by his own appearance and talents. Well, I mean, he's a baby. He doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind. That's not true because he's a baby. And he has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. Definitely sounds like a baby. He has little to no interest in joking around. Well, he doesn't speak any language because he's a baby. And he generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. Well, probably, yeah, because he's a baby. And when he's nervous, he often drums his fingers. Really? It's a lot of, like, muscle movement for a baby. And needs alcohol to get through the working day. Well, of course, because he's a baby. You feel like this stuff should fill in as they age? I mean, okay, so like when they're an adult, it makes sense. When they're a baby, it's just funny. You know, it's like, personally finds artwork boring. Well, no shit. You're 0 years old. No duh, you find artwork boring. It's all about context, right? Like if you read it like they're an adult, it's like, frequently filled with lust. I don't know. I think it's fine. I kind of like the way it is. But yes, you're probably also right. It should fill in as they age. It should be like, I mean, it is. It is a constantly evolving thing. But the more it can be evolving as they grow, the better. Oh, excellent. They're doing some cleaning in the basement in my apartment building over the next 3 weeks, and it requires moving your car. I don't own a car, and I don't put anything in my parking spot, so I don't fucking care. I get to completely ignore that email. Sweet. Stuff I don't need to worry about. Dwarf milk is probably 90 proof. I mean, dwarven milk... Is that actually a thing? I know that dwarf cheese is a thing. It's made from maggots. Now I'm questioning a lot of things. I mean, dwarves have alcohol in their veins. You mean from dwarves? Do they even breastfeed, though? Yeah, exactly. Dwarven milk is purring maggot milk. I don't think that they breastfeed. I'm pretty sure they just give them a bottle full of beer. Just say, bottoms up with a funnel. Pour it in. They're mammals? Well, technically they're mushrooms. Because they make love with spores because they don't actually, like, woohoo. They just stand next to each other and pollinate. I think that's the fan theory. But yes, they're mammals. I don't know. I don't think they actually because, like, Dwarf Fortress asks too many questions, right? But males can be gelded. Yes, males can be gelded. This worries you? I mean, if that's the thing that worries you about Dwarf Fortress, don't pay too much attention to anything in Dwarf Fortress. You know what genuinely worries me about Dwarf Fortress? Okay, I'll have lava for background. If you dump a dwarf into lava, their fat melts out of their body before their skin catches fire. So if you drop a dwarf into lava, or set a dwarf on fire, all of their fat melts away before their skin catches fire. So they will lose, and it'll drain out of them entirely before they catch fire. Good God, that's a lot of lava. So, like, if you really want to perform dwarven liposuction, simply set a dwarf on fire for a millisecond, and all of their fat will be gone.
Magma? Is that fucking magma?
Yes, actually. Here's the live stream. I should just keep plugging it in the chat so that people follow it when they need to. Hey, Infinity. Also, Infinity, I'll have you know you're happily married. In fact, your dwarf is happily married. In fact. Wherever you went. Now I can't find you. There you are. Quest for knowledge never ends. See, you have a hubby. You're married to Vinsati. Although, isn't magma technically the stuff that's still in the earth, so this would be lava. I think that's how that works. Nobody ever suspects they'll lose a ball sack. Yeah. You're married, yes. You are a loving wife to a Vinsati the second. You guys haven't had babies yet, so you need to get on with that. As they say in F1, he needs to get on with it. Speaking of getting on with it. She feels love after gaining a sibling. Gaining siblings is the only thing that's keeping Katsu alive, which is hilarious because Stone gets a mood debuff every single time he gains a sibling. Stone gets upset when he gains siblings, and Lil M Katsu gets a big mood buff, which is the only thing that's keeping her alive right now. Was I talking about Stone? I talked about Vinsati, I talked about Infinity, and I talked about Lil M Katsu. I don't believe I spoke of Stone, unless you're correcting somebody else. We needed to get to work, yes. And you haven't done that yet, so I'm very disappointed. Wowie disappointed. Unless I screwed up in my, ramble, which is possible. But yeah, Stone is indeed a she. She was dejected after being... wait, what? But my bad. I can only keep so many things rattling around in my brain. Keeping track of the sex of my dwarves is difficult. They're all just Dwarf in my brain. And Del Naso, how is you? It's good to see you. I hope you are as well. I don't think that was an English sentence. Did you listen? I know there's a lot of assumptions here, but have you listened to the interviews I've done with him? Because I have 3 hour and 15-minute long interviews with him on my YouTube channel. Fire? Fire! Fire! I shouldn't shout that too loudly. Fire! Look at that! Holy shit! Sorry, this ain't getting old anytime soon. I've been watching this shit for, since the weekend. This is too goddamn cool. Look at that lava flow. That is so goddamn cool. Yeah, well, in the most recent one, I get the feeling that he's bored shitless. So I don't know. The way I think he just likes talking about his game. He very much loves talking about his game. So whenever he's talking about his game, he seems happy. But yes, this is live. This is happening right now in Iceland. I can give you a link if you want. This is 20 kilometers away from the Icelandic capital too. Anyway, the gist that I get is that he's bored shitless. Because the difference in his demeanor and the way he talks when he's talking about the Steam version. When he talks about the Steam version, he sounds very, not down, that's the wrong way to put it, but he sounds very businesslike. He sounds very rehearsed, if that makes sense. But the second he starts talking about anything else, anything mechanical about Dwarf Fortress, like a switch flips in his brain and he just becomes super excited about everything. And for me, the thing that's most important about Dwarf Fortress is that Tarn Adams is having fun developing it, because Tarn having fun developing the video game means he'll want to continue developing the video game, right? And the way he talks about developing the Steam version, I like it's not stuff that he's used to doing, first and foremost. He's a programmer and like algorithm designer and systems designer. He's not a UX designer or UX developer. And hearing him talk about, you know, like positioning scroll bars and rebinding keys, like I get the feeling that he's feeling the fatigue from talking to him. That doesn't mean that like he's burnt out or anything, but I think this is work for him. I'm sure I know he'll get it done. Like, he's slow and steady and he will get it done. Granted, this current month is a write-off because he's moving right now. He'll get it done, but it's at the same time very much he does sound tired when he talks about designing UI. 20 miles away from the capital. Well, anyway, I know that there is a town that's like two kilometers away because I've seen photos. I know for a fact that there is a town. Like, there are people living 2 kilometers away from that eruption. And as of last week, they hadn't been evacuated. I don't know if they'll get evacuated, but... Will be amazing for his morale. Yeah, that and, like, you know... The Dwarf Fortress community is lovely. Like, the vast majority of the people in the DF community are wonderful. But there are some people around the fringes that are absolutely fucking insufferable. And there are some people around the fringes that genuinely believe that he's ruining Dwarf Fortress. That genuinely believe that the only thing that will come out of this is the game dying, to put it nicely. There are some people that genuinely are of the opinion that he is doing bad for the game. And I think that really fucking sucks. And combine that with, you know, the Steam version got pushed back a lot. It was supposed to come out November 2020. That was their estimated original release date. And that's been publicly stated in a number of places. Like, that was what they were targeting originally when they announced the thing. But, you know, 2020 happened, right? 2020 happened, and also we need to remember where Tarn lives, which is just south of me, which is right in the center of the fucking forest fire zone that happened last year, right? So he got blasted with smoke for like 3 months. So did I. Like, I could barely stream, and like, I can't even imagine what it would be like trying to work on something like Dwarf Fortress, especially when like you're working on stuff that, you know, you're not used to working on UI while sitting in you know, the release estimate wasn't unrealistic at all, actually. The release estimate was pretty reasonable. Considering Gorlak is fighting? Must have just fallen out of a tree or something. The release estimate was actually pretty reasonable, all things considered, because the tile set's mostly done. I also interviewed Meph, one of the 2 artists working on the game, and he basically stated, he's like, yeah, we're done. All they're doing right now is repasses. I mean, Mayday is actually not working on it right now because his work is, air quotes, done, from what I can tell. Like, the tile set is ready to go. All of the UI art is ready to go. So this is the group of Soaring. 5 beat plants and an iron anvil. I mean, yes, the time is relative. When I spoke with him, the last time I spoke with him, which was, oh God, when was that? I think 2 or 3 months ago now. It was at the beginning of this year. I think it was February. Fuck, I'm pretty sure it was February that I did that. But the last time I spoke with him, he basically stated he was almost finished with Fortress mode. By almost, I think he had like 26 workshops or something left to finish Fortress mode. Then he needs to do Adventure mode and Legends. And they want to get hyperlinks into Legends, which they already have the code base for. So Legends, hopefully, from what I can tell, Legends will be pretty quick. And Fortress mode still has some UI left to do. But the other thing they haven't done yet is they haven't finished the Embark UI. So they still need to redesign all of the Embark UI. Okay, there's actually scrolling this time. Let me know when you want me to scroll. I mean, yeah, some beet salad and an anvil, like, that's great. Rabbit meat, donkey brain, cheese, goat cheese. God damn, lots of different kinds of cheese. Another glass Issa, copper pick, fine pewter flasks, donkey brain. They milked the donkey, made cheese, and ate the donkey. Dingo tripe, guinea cock, a drake, bone tapstron. Good stuff. To know what kinds of UI that means, it's missing 90% of it, you assume. No. If anything, it's actually got a more advanced UI than Fortress mode currently does. But I don't know the actual screen count, but it's quite different UI, and it's a lot of screens. A lot of screens. So, the current, like, crowd okay, are you a nihilist or an optimist? The optimists in the community right now, so people like myself and Krug Smash, I'm not an optimist, but I'm an optimist when it comes to release dates. People like myself, Krug Smash, and some of the Reddit mods and other people out there are pretty hopeful it'll be out this October. And that was kind of the gist that I got from Tarn, is that's what he's aiming for. And the pessimists are saying October 2022. But my guess is it'll probably be out either, if it's not out this October, it'll be out in January. We are actively getting closer every day. It kind of depends on how smooth moving is for them. Yes! You've gotten less stressed. Sitting here and just working out all day, all week, all day, all week, all year, all day, all week, all year, all day, all week, all year is helping. And Vim is your friend. Vim, are you in a squad? Are you related to Katsu at all? I mean, what if, like... What if I put you into Katsu's squad? Let you two talk while you work out together. Cannon Fodder's been stressed for a bit, but hasn't tantrum, so that's good. Blind is skipping? What do you mean? Speaking of skipping, check this out. Look at that. Planet Earth is getting hot in here, so take off all your clothes. Unless you're currently live on Twitch, in which case keep your pants on. Unless you're in a hot tub, in which case take your pants off. Investments are open if you want to invest your tickets. I beat you to the hot tub. I mean, cave crocodiles fighting with the giant cave toad. Ponder traumatic injuries. Gotta love them. Pondering all of those traumatic injuries. Was enthusiastic after pondering traumatic injuries. Is this where you add your dwarves to a list? They were sea otter zombies? Oh, really? That's funny. That's funny. Was it you on Discord that was like, I don't know, because people have different usernames. Was it you that was like, we're getting a, dwarves were getting attacked by stuff in the ocean? It's like, oh, it's a zombie whale? Where was that? They're on a list. It's called Legends. Yeah, you're not wrong. Where was that? I need to scroll too high up in Discord. Not gonna bother. But a caravan has arrived. Oh, post liaison. Ficod has arrived. Please no tantrum, Ficod. That was you? Okay. Yeah, because like zombie sharks crawling up out of the ocean is terrifying. Although, hold on a second. Does Dwarf Fortress have octopus? Because I think that would actually be the scariest thing in the world, would be a zombie octopus crawling out of the ocean. Zombie octopus coming out, or like a zombie giant squid. Ficod walks up, punches Dwarf, we rise and fall together. I mean, starts war with home faction. One of your dwarves died trying to deal with sea otters. Oh no. That poor dwarf. Nah, no octopuses. Zombie sea monsters. I've never... the closest thing to a sea monster I've ever seen in DF is a mako shark and mermaids. I've seen both of those. I've seen mako sharks, which are amazing, and they move at 1 billion miles an hour. Dwarves can like their many arms and their intelligence. Huh. I've never seen an octopus in DF. I've seen squid people, mermaids, and mako sharks. But I've never seen whales. So. Ficod, I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. There is much to share. We've updated your maps. What do you want? Wood! Look at Discord. Oh no, what did you do? Excuse me, sir. Do you have a moment to talk about our Lord and Savior, Cthulhu? That's awesome. Chat, excuse me, do you have a moment to talk about our Lord and Savior Cthulhu? Speaking of our Lord and Savior Cthulhu, so there is some Jehovah's Witnesses in my building. And since the pandemic has started, they're not allowed to hand out Jehovah's Witness pamphlets. And I'm just going to preface this whole statement with, if you're a Jehovah's Witness, fuck off, and I'm sorry. But there's this fucking bitch has just started, like, shoving handwritten letters addressed to your apartment number under the doors with a pamphlet for jw.com. Bitch, stop fucking doing that shit. Stop fucking doing, just stop fucking doing that shit. If I catch you doing that, I'm following you down the hallway. I'm screaming at you. Stop it. I swear to Christ. I ain't religious, but I'll swear on him. Fuck off. Jesus. They want figurines. Excellent. We got lots of those. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Please don't tantrum in my fortress. I mean, I got enough needles in this apartment to give anybody a blood transfusion, so. Unless, actually, unless they're trying to build a spaceship to another galaxy, that's totally fine. I'll give them $1 towards that funding. Just get them out of this part of the world. Why do I have a bunch of inaccessible clothing? That's weird. Oh, actually, I think I know why, probably. Get them involved. Just hand them my business card. This is my Twitch stream. Actually, wasn't there a streamer who got in trouble for basically just trying to be like a video game preacher? Maybe that was on YouTube. I'm pretty sure that there was like a streamer for a while there who was like a self-proclaimed pastor and was like talking about like trying to baptize people on stream and shit. I want to say somebody got in trouble for that relatively recently. As in like banned off of YouTube type stuff. Stream their sermons? Yes, but there's a difference between a church streaming their sermon and rando dude being a pastor. You know what I mean? Your fort just leveled up? How's that the thing? Isn't that like every DF player and a Linux user? Excuse me? I was like, what? I don't understand. I don't see the connection. Like barony to Dukehood County? Yeah. Became a member of, like, or became the mountain home. The king fucking showed up and was like, I live here now. Please provide for me. And you're like, ah, fuck. Now make 75,000 ballista arrows. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't mind all the yellow. Sorry, what? Where are they getting all this stuff from? Did somebody die there? Yep. Somebody died there. Oh, okay, I get you. I get you. What I'm about to do has not been approved by the Vatican. I'm not gonna show that. I mean, here's the thing, right? I'm not going to ignore the meme bit because the meme bit's funny. Although, I'm not gonna stream it, but the meme is just when you see a porn meme while browsing Reddit late at night, Nopi provides the sauce and comments, and then it's just what I'm about to do is not been approved by the Vatican. Yep. You know, if I needed the Vatican's approval for everything I did, my life would be a lot less interesting. Good question. I don't know. It wasn't a human, though, because that was large clothing. Or it was a human, though. Which game is that? It looks familiar, but I can't place it. A lot of time waiting for a response. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm sure the Vatican's probably not the best at responding to their emails. Not that I've ever tried, but... Okay, so I was just, like, clicking around on Steam. Ooh, lava. Lava! Look at that. That's a pretty good one. Oh, Faith. Yeah. Okay, that's why it looked familiar. I've never played that game. It's kind of on my list to do though. That I think might be a fun Halloween game. Anyway, I don't own any VR headsets, but this shit makes me want a VR headset. Look at this shit. Like fucking modular synthesizers in VR and just synthesizers in VR. Oh my God, please. Please. Give me a non-VR version of that. Just like let me mess around with that on a computer. Please. I mean, rather than buying VR stuff, I'd rather just buy more synthesizers. Ugh. Is VR required? Yep. Yeah, it only runs in VR. I mean, we kind of have that. It's CVC rack, right? If you want to run Euro rack synthesizers virtually, you just use CVC rack or VCV rack. Am I an idiot? I'm an idiot. Anyway, but it's like that. That's a perfectly valid way to mess around with Eurorack stuff without actually buying Eurorack stuff. But it's like, if it requires a piece of equipment that's as expensive as 4 Eurorack modules, I'd rather have the 4 Eurorack modules. Can I, yeah, give me a sec. You got a Samsung Odyssey? Hey, Oculus, because Facebook, and you don't want to spend $500 on equipment. C, you want a good screen. I can't. Every single, like, I've tried VR in a number of settings. Just make it a command. Nah, I mean, I don't know how long it's gonna be live for. I mean, maybe if I'm still watching it tomorrow. But we'll see. I think it kind of depends on if they claim. If I upload it tonight, if I upload this VOD to YouTube tonight, and I get a bunch of chunks claimed and can't monetize it, I'll probably talk about it a little less. But if they don't claim it, then sure. Yeah, I don't know. I've used Oculus VR headsets. I've used a Vive. I haven't used the really expensive Valve one. I've used a Quest. I've used I can't remember which brand. It was one of the mixed reality headsets. So one of the Windows mixed reality ones. But I've used about 5 different headsets at this point. Every single one of them didn't look convincing at all and made me motion sick almost immediately. And now I know that they say that goes away after a while. But because of my vision issues, it kind of just looks like holding my phone up to my eyeball. So I don't get the depth of field. I don't get the scale that a lot of people feel from VR. I don't get a lot of the sense of space. I just feel claustrophobic, and I feel like someone's crammed a Gorn is the worst. I haven't actually played Gorn. But yeah, no, I can't use VR, I don't think. Until the technology moves beyond lenses right up on your eye, I don't think I'll be able to use VR. Which we're a ways off of. Also, I've never used a VR headset that can comfortably fit my glasses underneath them. So that's also a not fun thing. I'm hoping that these two become close friends. But yeah, no, I've got enough eye problems that it's like... You never tried VR since you come from a very poor third world country? You want to try VR if you have a smartphone. Just hold it up to your eyes and just do this. Because that's almost as effective for me as actually using VR. Sorry, but Italy, third world country? What? I don't know if I necessarily call Italy a third world country. Canadian pesos are worth less than a euro. Well, we're super close together. I like I said, I've used headsets that are fully adjustable, and I've never used one that's comfortable, and I've never used one that fits over my glasses, and I've never used one that actually gives me any kind of the depth effects that people talk about. You're now self-conscious about your eye spacing. I'm self-conscious about literally everything in my body, so if I can talk about that. That's so fucking cool. It looks so much cooler at night, too. Like, look at that. Oh! This is the best content on the internet. And I'm just... This is just like a reaction stream at this point. Streamer reacts to Volcano doing that. Oh my god. I read that as, hey, look at Diablo over here with his eyes fucking close together. And you know what? Diablo's pretty cool, so. Did the whole thing just collapse? Holy shit. Okay, it didn't collapse, but like... The whole thing is sinking. On that side right there. No, I know what you mean, Dark Sora. I know what you mean. Man, that's fucking cool. Iceland, more like Bonfireland! More like this is Fineland. I like this comment in the chat. Impressive, but I'm tired of it. Well, fuck you too. Go watch something else then. It's the internet. I've been watching this for 3 days and it's still entertaining me. I'm simple brain, I guess. I am simple, man. I see volcano, I look. Fuck rocket ships. Force of nature is way fucking cooler. Wolverine is fighting with itself. Big brain IRL. I mean, we've been over this, Phineas. Also, how you doing? It's good to see you. I gotta respond to an email that just popped up. Hold up. know you. But yeah, no problem. You're gonna watch those interviews soon, but you gotta hop off. You did some work and you gotta drink some scotch to cope with existence. Yeah, I know that feeling. You have a great evening. Thanks for the Prime sub earlier. Did you know that Spock has 3 ears, a left ear, a right ear, and a final front ear? Ha ha ha! I've heard that one before. I like that one. It's a good one. It's a good one. I might be doing more Wildermyth stuff soon. Wildermyth. Potentially. Well, they just reached out, so. This is a game that I did a sponsored stream for roughly a year ago. I'll give you a link. It's very good. It's a very fun, like, papercraft looking kind of tactics thing. Ever played Space Station 13? Yep. It's impossible to stream, though, unless you have a private server, which I don't have. Because you'll just get banned from metagaming from every single server in existence almost instantly. That has used a stop-motion Christmas special 3D style. What was the name of that fucking game? Well, I mean, the Oddworld games kind of have a stop-motion 3D style to them. Yeah, actually, Clay Fighter. Fucking Clay Fighter does that. I mean, there's been a few over the years, yeah. All right, let's take you guys off of training briefly and let you... Is that another live feed eruption or something? Or are you telling me to look at the volcano again? The last Worth animation, the Captain Yamato, whatever it's called. I mean, I think I know it. I think I know what you're referring to, and yeah, that stuff looks really, really, really good when it's done well. The problem is it's almost never done well. Holy shit! Holy shit! Big hot fire. Keep fucking going. My God. Accurate audio. Bloody accurate. Armok be praised! A Wolverine is fighting with my volcanoes, and the unicorn kicks the Wolverine in the head with her right front foot hoof. The injured part explodes into gore. Get wrecked, Wolverine. Shoutouts to my unicorns. Let's slaughter some of them. Well, that's still kind of incredible, though. Not gonna lie. Kind of incredible. I mean, it's wonderful, isn't it? I feel like it's absolutely fucking wonderful. Like I said, best content on the internet right now. I just hope they don't get mad at me for sharing. Also, chat, go backseat LaFonda. You shall be unicorn soap. You shall be unicorn bacon. You shall be unicorn shirts. My outpost liaisons tantruming. Flycod, you scare me. Hasn't actually attacked anybody yet, so that's good, I guess. There's nothing keeping him in here, but he's tantruming. That is scary. I mean, if you have YouTube Premium, you could just like listen to it in the background like a podcast. So if you're allowed to wear earbuds at work and you have YouTube Premium, you could actually just listen to it that way. Oh no. The outpost liaison attacked one of my craft dwarves. At what point do I get to put him in prison though? I don't think we get to do that. Am I allowed to imprison the outpost liaison? Like, is that something the game will let me do? If they commit a crime and the crime is reported? Guess not. Not seeing anybody reporting crimes. Broke a window, just attacked somebody. Although, fortunately, I'd be willing to bet that this outpost liaison hasn't trained a day in his life in the military, so, or, yeah, a day in his life in the military. So I have a feeling FICOD probably won't do much to any of my dwarves. Also, my god, it's still going! I mean, I got through... I listened to 5 years of the Giant Bombcast twice when I was working nights. So I fucking feel that. Spitting hot fire and hot-ass rhymes. I'll have to look at that animation after stream's over, Hobo. Cheers. You like the video where the camera gets eaten by magma? I mean, it's been hit by ash a couple of times. I don't believe they've lost a camera, though. I mean, I've never had a job where I've been allowed to listen to stuff at work. It's never stopped me, though. That's the thing. It's like, have I ever had a job where I've been allowed to listen to stuff at work? No. Do I listen to stuff at work? Oh, fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, you bet. Fuck yeah, you bet. Although what I'm waiting for is in the time that we've been watching, like the sides of this have like doubled in size. A couple of times in the past, they've grown a lot and then caved in. I'm waiting for it to cave in again. That's the thing I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for it to cave in again. Oh my god, I got a bunch of wolverines and emus and shit that need to be slaughtered. Also, chat, for anybody who gets sad that I don't stream on Fridays this week, I'm actually going to stream on Friday this week. Surprise! Not really. But I will be streaming on Friday this week because this... Wait, why is there a bunch of unicorns up here? That's not supposed to be that way. I'm going to stream on Friday this week because... of course I play with cave-ins enabled. Why would I remove cave-ins? I will be streaming on Friday this week because Halcyon After Hours is happening on my channel this week. We're going to be playing Gartic Phone, which is basically just... what do you call it? Not Pictionary. Charades? Kind of like a combination of charades and Pictionary. Sort of like a Jackbox game. Anyway, we're going to be playing that on this channel on Friday. For about 2 hours, starting at noon Pacific. So show up for that, damn it. It'll be fun, hopefully. I mean, the first time we did it was a great time, so this time we do it, it'll also be a great time, I hope. Blood vessels, foraging behavior. You're a noob yet followed the wiki guide for noob peoples. I mean, that's what the wiki guide is for. Was the wiki guide helpful? Oh, for cave-ins? I mean, cave-ins aren't that bad. I mean, like, there's something that used to be a lot worse. Like, if you're going to disable anything as a new player, disable were creatures. Like, don't worry about cave-ins. I mean, like, cave-ins will happen, and you'll do them occasionally, and you'll feel stupid. You'll kill dwarves, then you'll be sad. But, like, it's part of the game. Like, don't worry about them too much. Don't worry about them too much. So, chat, kind of my plan for the evening, unless there's any major requests against this. Oh, hey, we've now got a general familiarity with training emus. Cool. My plan for the evening is we finish that insurmountable run that I started last night, which will probably take about an hour and a half, and then either start another run of that or jump over to Rat Game. Whatever you guys think sounds more interesting to you guys. How's that sound for the evening? When's Dreadmore? When chat votes for it. I'm gonna put Dreadmore into the next month. The chat vote, because I gotta do the roguelike I gotta do this month. That I actually have to do this month is Golden Crown Hotel, which will probably be Sunday most likely, unless I start it in the evenings over the next week. It really is, isn't it? I mean, I've been considering buying a lava lamp after staring at this, and then I look at videos of lava lamps. I'm like, lava lamps don't look anywhere near as cool as they should. And then I go back to watching this volcano, and then I go, I really want a lava lamp. So you'll never know his intention. I mean, here's the thing. You could know his intention. Copy your save file, abandon your fortress, or before you start another fortress, jump into Legends and check his name in Legends mode. You could totally find out what his intention was. Whether it was enabling schemes or something else. But we'll make Dreadmore happen. In a lot of places for safety reasons. In very hot places, they can explode. I don't live in a very hot place, though. Jeff had a lava lamp, it broke. Yeah, that'll happen if you bump him. You need to plug in your lava lamp? You should plug in your lava lamp for the volcano aesthetic. I don't know. I need to get like a little like shelf lamp or something for the corner of my apartment. Like a reading lamp. Lava lamp doesn't give off enough light for that. So I need something brighter than a lava lamp realistically. Like it's fun to joke about with the lava lamp just because lava, but yeah. I simply saw the goblin blood and just went, nope. Can you blame him? I mean, really? Can you blame him? I keep on thinking that that's a lull emote. Because I know it's Onion Knight. Cooler. I know it's Onion Knight. But, like, it looks like a giant smile from a distance. Like, when I'm not, like, squinting at it and I just see it, I see I just see, like, the little red thing and it looks kind of like sweat or something. And it looks like he's laughing. Because it looks like a big smile. May you have Z-Link? Whoops, nope. Nope. Where's the right one? There you go. Took me 3 tries, but I got it. I got a lot of things copied. All of the relevant links. Speaking of relevant links, if you like the shenanigans I do out here, I have a Patreon. There's a relevant link. Purdy. This one's a bit ahead, I think. Which means we're about to get a big explosion. Yeah, these ones on the side are ahead of the big one, which is a bit delayed. Kind of worried that Flycod's going to tantrum and cause a war. Look at that. Oh, man. Magma noises are best ASMR. I mean, seriously. Look at that. That is beautiful. You know, Chad, I think the planet is mad at us. Yeah. Oh, no shit. Please don't tantrum. Oh my god, please no tantrum. No. It's definitely not a wind on the microphone. That's the lava. Lava makes a lot of noise. YouTube algorithm is just recommending like amazing footage of lava being poured into the ocean and all that sort of stuff. We're doing a bone carving demonstration in the fortress right now. Prayer sessions, and lots of discussing and pondering. Pessimistic after discussing surgery, but felt love talking with a mother. How old are you, Goliath? 57 years old. You live under a volcano? Not a dormant one, I assume. I mean, I grew up across from Mount Baker, which is a dormant volcano. 20 to 30 kilometers. I mean, if there's a eruption that's actively happening and you got a live stream, feel free to link it when that's happening. But right now, I'm quite satisfied with this one. Yes, because inside of our Earth is a little sun. Or rather, that's what I was taught when I was growing up, which isn't entirely true, but also isn't entirely wrong. You'd be totally convinced that there was an underworld? Yeah, and then we'd throw somebody into it to make them stop doing that. Oh no, a goat got stung by a honeybee. The poor honeybee. I actually wonder if honeybees die when they sting things. Lead a glass-making demonstration? Oh. How's Katsu doing? Feels satisfied after learning about glass making. Well, Katsu's doing better. Katsu's been stressed all day, and we've been slowly trying to work on Katsu. You're a kindred spirit with blue. Well, at least you have a friend, so that's good. Explain magma, flat earthers? You know, actually, like, legitimately trying to get a flat earther to explain anything is very difficult. Because it's just excuses and denial, and no actual arguments, no matter what they're trying to explain. Just excuses and denial. Oh, fuck yeah, Bastet. Hell yeah. It's awesome. With only excuses and denial. Chat, you have a challenge. Explain ice cream with no logic and only excuses and denial. It's not cold, it's iced. I mean, that just sounds like a fun party. Speaking of parties, party at the planet's core! Who's coming with me? Oh, this is about to get good. Look at that up in the top left. That's the preview. Good God. I love it when the camera refocuses because there's such a bright light coming from it. 500 meters is the highest it's shot. Is that ash or is that just molten rock that's just running down the sides? Gurgle. Yay for core Bernie burn. I mean, if the core didn't Bernie burn, we'd be in trouble. So ice cream is hot, and it's so hot that you think it's cold. Like when the Punisher uses a torch on the back of a bad guy. It's also not cream. It's only fat. And there's no milk in it because it's for babies. There you go. That's explaining ice cream with only excuses and denial. Is a small apartment building? It's half of a fucking kilometer. Like, that's big. Yeah, no, the 5th was the biggest eruption. Magma River looks so cool. I mean, the river's developed in the time that I've been watching. That wasn't there this morning. The flow is like new. Also, 500 meters is like 250 of me standing on me shoulders, which is tall. They're at 40 and up ATM. We're still at 55 and up here. So it sounds like Quebec's accelerating faster than here. And if you're 55 and older, the only one you can get is AstraZeneca, which a lot of people are scared of for stupid reasons. Which is what my dad ended up getting. He's fine, so. It is a lot of me. Yeah. Hopefully it will, but the pessimist to me says it won't. Volcanoes are neat. Oh, yeah. What? I thought that you were in Quebec. Oh, well, close enough. So you guys are ahead of Quebec then. But regardless, good shit. Quebec is way ahead of us then. Holy shit. You guys have caught up. Yeah, BC's still at 55 plus. Ba-dum-bum. And we keep on having massive outbreaks because people keep coming back from India. Woo! And then partying. It's great. It's fucking brilliant. Lock the borders. And actually lock the borders. Don't say that you've locked the borders and don't actually lock the borders because it's really frustrating when you don't actually lock the borders, you fucks. Yeah. Anyway. We're still at 55 plus and question marks on second shots. And all restaurants are locked. The only restaurants that are allowed to function are those with outdoor seating or takeout only. And everything's closed still. We have higher lockdown restrictions right now than we had most of last year because of how bad outbreaks keep happening here. You go 25 plus at the 17th of May? Yep, well. That's good. It's good to hear, B-Log. Glad to hear that things are getting sorted in Quebec, because Quebec was a cluster. All right, let's get you guys training again. People would just use excuses and denial. I mean, that just sounds like Florida now. Who are you, Florida man? But I'm not going to deny or make excuses about this because this is pretty. Yeah, this is the really big one. This is the archived footage down here. This is live. This is live and this is live. This is archived. But shoutouts to, I'm not making this up, FARTV. AFAR-TV. Afar TV. Which is definitely a fart V. So shoutouts to a fart V for providing this stream in the background that I'm totally just fucking hijacking. Blame the mafia. Hey, at least you get to blame the mafia. I just get to blame annoying fucking neighbors. You get something kind of cool sounding to blame. It's the mafia guys just come and go as they please and started up all sorts of problems. It's like, well, I don't even have that to blame. I just have human stupid. Feels satisfied after improving upon the spear. We are recovering Katsu. Hallelujah. I am SMART. But, I don't know. Shit's just depressing at the end of the day. You won't tell anyone that you've started streaming other people's content. I am creating transformative reactive content, and I'm well within fair use, and it's, you know, it's news for the good of all, and I'm promoting it. So eat me. Yeah, anyway. Fun. Yeah, no, I mean, we've got like people coming back from India right now in my part of town, and not like people coming back from India after visiting sick family members, because visiting a sick family member is considered essential during a pandemic. And they come back and then they don't isolate because they're just hanging around their family. They live in houses with like 4 families living in them. They get everybody sick. It's brilliant. Brilliant! It's brilliant! It's wonderful! Fucking wonderful! I'm also offering a link after less than 30-second clips. Oh yeah, no, totally. I mean, how many people have this volcano stream up on the background because I keep linking it? Like, just show of hands. Or beers, I don't know. Or wines? I don't have a volcano emote or an eruption emote, so you know. It's the best we got. We're into 226. What year did I start? I think it was 224. No, it was 223. I actually can't remember. I need to check the VOD. Cannot remember what year we started on. I mean, no. I mean, it's legal to do reactive content, right? Reaction content is considered fair use and generally fair game. So, as long as you're not claiming ownership of the stuff that you're streaming, you're generally fine. I mean, one of my friends on Twitch makes tons of money just watching life hack videos and mocking them. And it's very, 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 very entertaining and very, 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 very funny. $225 was the first tribute this session? Yeah, because we started in spring. We started in spring, like, the second the elves showed up. So I guess we started 225 then. Or maybe we started in 224. But, you know, I think we've made good progress. You know, we had 2 babies today. Jotaro and Quevenair. We brought in a couple more merchants. And we expanded the tower a couple of levels, which obviously, you know, needs more work. Kept the king happy. We will probably do this again tomorrow, because I need to get more